Pine Bluff School District. And so it's pretty much the relevant information.
And maybe it's more appropriate to ask the school district, but since it covers both districts, what are the grades of the two schools that the one that the student would normally be in and the one they applied to go to? The school grade for last year?
I don't have that information, but I'm sure the district can tell you, and we can work on finding that for the one that's not represented for you.
So who's first?
The school district will be first.
Which one?
The Whitehall School District.
So the superintendent's here. Yeah, come on up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, we have our capacity for the seventh grade placed at 250 students based on teacher load, and we have accepted, which should be in your board packet, 8 students, and that 8th student places us at 95.2% of our identified capacity. And we had a total of 6 other students that applied that exceeded that 95% capacity. So those are the ones that we rejected.
So, yeah, is there any questions? Okay.
It's just, again, it's just that simple, it's just that simple thought process about the rejection.
Let's start on the right. Are there any questions?
Sure. Does it place any burden on you to hire any additional teachers?
To hire any additional
If the
teachers?
student was accepted, would you have to hire any additional staff?
We wouldn't have to hire any additional teachers, but it does exceed that 95% threshold that allows us to have room that if additional students were to register above what we have enrolled currently, then it could put that in a situation where we may have to deal with that overcapacity. But as it stands right now, the answer is no.
Okay.
Ken?
You have, looking at that, you have 238 students. Is the
That's 95% of the 250.
That's
100% of capacity is 250, and 238 is the 95%.
but you have 232 enrolling? Is that next point, the current enrollment?
Well, that enrollment that you're seeing, that enrollment sheet, that's as we stand currently, but there are other students who have been accepted that will be added to that 232.
Okay.
There were 2 students that were accepted that enrolled in the spring semester that they're allowed to do, and then the other that were accepted, they have not yet enrolled but plan to enroll once we start school in August.
Thank you.
Well,
Yes, just to clarify, I think you said out loud that the 95% cap is to allow the 5% margin for anticipated in-district enrollment.
Yes.
And then, pardon my throat, this particular case was the 7th applicant for school choice to come into Whitehall?
It was the last applicant of the ones that we received. So
Total
there were
6
other
or 7?
applicants that were rejected in front of their application.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any point in the school calendar or the preschool calendar in which that margin of 5% is that the district seeks to close that gap? Is 250 the target, or are the spaces still just held for maybe during the school year transfers in?
Yeah, we have transfers that come in and out, so and I think that's the spirit of the legislation, is to allow districts to, have that room to accept students moving in and out. And we do have a pretty stable district as far as enrollment, but we do have influx of students coming in that we just can't anticipate due to relocation from the area. But again, we do monitor that, and we've had situations where we've had an initial rejection, and then numbers adjust. Numbers could change once school starts, and some that's on this roll here transfer outside of our district. And certainly if room opens up, we've always tried to accommodate those that we initially rejected to get them in to accommodate.
Oh, good clarification, thank
Yeah.
you.
The other students that were declined, did any of them appeal?
No, sir.
Okay. And last year, did you, after the start of the school year, did you have any additional, other than people on the wait list, I'm assuming you had some students move out of the district during?
We have movement in and out of the district, yes, sir. And it's just hard to predict what that will look like specifically for a grade level, but that does happen. In the beginning of the year, particularly once we get beyond Labor Day, that clears up a lot of the enrollment questions. A lot of the movement happens at the end of the summer as far as them moving during the summer, and we don't receive a records request until the beginning of the school year. And often that takes the first 2 to 3 weeks for all that to kind of filter through. So we would have a much clearer picture of our enrollment based on what we have in front of you, if that's accurate, and what we'll start with.
Okay. And currently, you're at 95.2, and so one additional student would take you to about 95.6%.
Yes,
right?
yes. But again, just
So it's marginal, but
it's marginal. But again, we're just considerate of the fact that once we received this application, we had already rejected other students. So just in the spirit of the priority of timelines.
But they had a chance to appeal. If they
Yes, sir.
wanted
Yeah,
to.
they did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And from my perspective, the act of appealing shows the initiative to be involved in their child's life.
Sure.
More so than, I'm not saying
Absolutely.
anything against the ones that didn't.
No,
appeal,
and we're honored that we're a location that they want to be here. But again, we're just following the capacity and just here to
And do you
share that
follow
information.
95% because that's the rule? Would you do 100% if the state's guidelines weren't 95? If the state guidelines said 97 or 98%, is there a reason why? I know you have to draw the line somewhere. 95 is a very convenient number, is it? But it's a little arbitrary at the same time, right?
It's arbitrary, but it does, again, because if you have a situation where you've maxed out your classrooms through choice, then you have residents that move in, actually reside in your district that you're required to take, then your classrooms are exceeding the class size that's allowed and creates either a hiring situation or you're having to make accommodations through waivers to exceed the class size limit.
Can I add a clarification, just so that you know what the intent of the law is? It's not a definitive line. It's to help define capacity for school districts to be a guidance, but it doesn't say that you can't go over it. That's the discretion of the school district.
I have a follow-up. If that's okay, Mr. Anderson. How often, how many years, let's say in the last 5 or 10 years, have you had 10 surprise students in the 7th grade at the beginning of the school year?
I can't say 10. We've had influx of students. Some of the lower grades, I do have clear recollection where we had influx of students that came in that we were not anticipating that created some stress on the classrooms. In one case, we had to hire an additional teacher. So it has happened in our district, maybe not in the 7th grade, but it has happened where we've had to hire, and it was due to our accepting of school choice, and then an overwhelming number of residents moved into our district that we had to accept, and then it created a hiring situation in that one case since I've been there.
Do you have anything to suggest that this year you may have an influx of 7th graders that you're not expecting?
No, I don't have anything on the radar that says, we do have some new industry that's coming in the area, but that is in the future. So as far as beginning of the school year, I don't have anything that I see a wave coming in the 7th grade. Again, we're just using that guidelines that we've set as far as 95% to justify this is where we stop accepting and give us that room to accommodate, because we do have students who are moving in. We do have a lot of situations where students move in under a homeless situation. They've had experiences outside of our district and they've had to move in, and that seems to be right now more of an increase, creating enrollment issues, which again, under McKinney-Vento, we certainly accept those students and accommodate their needs.
Yeah. Just based on what I've heard, I would probably be in favor of granting the student the appeal. And I think that you would find if one student is the one that puts you over and you have to come back and seek a waiver for any capacity
Sure.
issues, I think you would find a sympathetic audience.
Absolutely, yes.
based on that.
And if that's the decision of the board, we'll certainly welcome her to our district and do everything we can to serve her and her family.
Mr. Bratz?
Yeah, there was a statement made, the house was in Whitehall, but there was something said about the line for,
Yeah, in many cases, and Whitehall is an example, you have Whitehall addresses that are not in the boundaries of the school district.
oh, okay.
So that's what I think that's referring
Okay.
to. Which, in our case, less than a mile from my office due to boundaries, you actually move out of our district boundary into Pine Bluff district boundary. So it can be somewhat confusing for families moving into the area or live in the area, that address and school district being different.
Additional comments or questions? Okay. On this particular one, we're gonna take a motion to grant.
Well, I think we can hear from the.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The other school
Absolutely.
district, before that, and then, superintendent's gonna follow.
Gotcha.
If there's somebody from the family that wants to speak.
Do we have anyone from the family that has any comments?
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here.
Or the district too.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Thank you, board, for letting me speak. I'm not a very good speaker, but I'm gonna do my
You're
best.
doing great.
Alexis is my granddaughter. I'm also her kinship foster parent. She had no choice but to be moved from Lake Hamlin School District, which she's an AB student in, and she's been exclusively at that school. She moved into our house, May 28th, and the cutoff was June 1st of choosing schools. My mother-in-law actually, not graduated, she retired from the school district after 40 years for Whitehall. My husband and I both went to Whitehall. All of his siblings went to Whitehall. Her other grandparents went to Whitehall. We've all went to Whitehall. We live actually closer to Whitehall than we do to the Pine Bluff School District. We live 6.1 miles from Whitehall. We live 9.2, I believe, from Dalloway. Whitehall offers the community and the parents be involved. She wants to be a veterinarian when she grows up. We have a lot of animals. She's used to being around a lot of animals. And one program they offer here at Whitehall is education program to where they can virtually try out different areas of employment. One of them is veterinary techs, but she wants to be a vet. So this is a lot of things. She's also plays cornet and band. And like I said, this is not something that she chose. It was something beyond her control. Her parents made mistakes. She will permanently be with us. We have no future plans of getting any other children. We've already raised 5. They're grown and gone. I've been to college twice, graduated 4.0. I'm very strict, and she knows grandma's there for you. We're gonna be there at school rooting you on. She said she has to pick out my clothes from now on, but that's okay. We're gonna be there. We're bulldogs all the way, so. But I thank y'all very much, and if y'all can please have compassion, empathy. It's not just the school, it's the whole community. We've been involved in our whole lives. We live, like I said, closer to Whitehall than we do. We're like one road over from the boundary, and it was not her fault. And she's an AB student, and what she went through the last several years to be an AB student on her own is amazing. And Lake Hamilton and Whitehall are more equivalent schools in academics. She wants to actually go into some of the specialty programs where it's gifted and talented because she's great in math, loves math. Wish I loved math. She loves math, so she's been teaching me actually, so. And so it's been a great thing. Sorry.
Any questions from the board? Okay.
You
Love my
did a
granddaughter.
great, thank you for coming and speaking,
you.
Abigail. You did a great job.
Thank you.
What does the wording of a motion need to be to
Daniel?
Yeah.
grant the appeal is what I would like to move.
To grant or deny the appeal, and also this particular one, we're gonna do a roll call.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it to grant the appeal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then I move to grant the appeal.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Woods, second by Dr. Arnold. And now we'll do a roll call. Mr. Wood,
Yes.
Mr. Bragg,
Yes.
Dr. Arnold,
In the spirit of school choice and the principle of parent choice, yes.
Ms. Hunter.
Because this is my home district, I'm voting present.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Motion carries.
Yep.
And I wanna say this, you know, what happened here and the denial and all that is very likely just government bureaucracy, okay? She's gonna be a very good student. Whitehall's gonna love having her. And I think it's gonna be a fun story someday when we hear that this little girl is the valedictorian of her Whitehall graduating class of a few years. So,
There you go.
good luck.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is,
Request for a waiver.
request for education license waiver.
Yep, so, Mr. Schultz is gonna give us a brief overview of the process, and then, if Ms. Ware is here, we'll be able to hear from her as well.
Yes, sir, Mr. Secretary, she is here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. As the Secretary said, this is a request for a waiver of a disqualifying criminal offense for educator licensure. It was identified pursuant to a background check for a pre-service teacher enrolled in an educational preparatory program. Under the rules, each party is given 5 minutes to present opening statements, 15 minutes to present a case in chief with a 5-minute closing. As has become our custom here, I'm going to go ahead and present with the board's leave the information we have available, allow the educator to present, and we will be happy to address anything else if we need to in a 5-minute rebuttal. As a general matter, this body is prohibited from granting teaching licenses to persons convicted of endangering the welfare of a minor in the second degree, a Class A misdemeanor. However, the law allows you to issue a waiver for certain, if the board sees fit, based on the following factors: the age at which the crime or incident was committed, the circumstances surrounding the crime or incident, the length of time the crime or incident since it's occurred, subsequent work history, employment references, character references, and other evidence demonstrating that the applicant does not pose a threat to the health, safety of school children or school personnel. So the basic facts here are Ms. Ware was convicted of endangering the welfare of a minor in the second on November 3rd, 2000. That is just over 25 years ago. She was 17 at the time. Ms. Ware represents that this was, and I'm sure you can get more details from her, but this was an incident where a minor child was improperly restrained in a car accident. That was her child. Ms. Ware has enrolled in the teacher preparatory program at William Baptist University. She's been her pre-service teaching license was denied on June 18th, 2006, based on the failure to pass the background check. On June 24, she requested a hearing before this board. She's provided several letters of reference in support of her waiver, in addition to her work history and other information which you've been provided. Based on the information available, if the board finds that Ms. Ware's, in its discretion, should be afforded the waiver, I believe you have the threshold information to grant it if you see fit. And so if you don't have any questions for me, we'll be happy to let Ms. Ware address you.
Questions on the right?
No, not at this time.
Hello,
Ms. Ware, will you state your full name before you speak, please?
Darlisa Renee Ware.
Just pull that
Pull it
down.
down a little bit. Yeah, we want to make sure they can hear you online.
All right,
Thank you.
Darlisa Renee Ware. You said full name and what else? Okay. Again, my name is Darlisa Renee Ware. I'm 44 years old. I'm a teacher, a mother, advocate, and community educator. I'm here to request a waiver in order to teach in Arkansas Public Schools because of a mistake I made and a lesson that I learned. I'm here today to request a waiver to teach because of the mistake I made at age 17. I failed to properly secure my daughter in her car seat. Although there were no injuries and no harm to anyone, there was a lesson that I needed to learn. I was given a misdemeanor ticket for my daughter not being secured. And how and what I've been doing since then. I've had my record expunged and sealed in 2003. I fostered youth. I had emergency custody of my brother's 10 children. While one was there, she had a baby, so it turned into 11. Yes. I've attended parenting classes. I'm a mandated reporter. I've taken sexual abuse, human trafficking courses. I have worked with and counseled youth. I've been a hospital chaplain at UAMS for youth. I've advocated for youth. I'm obtaining my master's degree in education right now. Teaching, doing an internship is the last step to me receiving my degree. And because of that lesson that I learned, it's important to me to serve and protect youth. And this is what I'm requesting a waiver at 44, although that happened at 17.
Okay, want to open it up for questions. Mr. Wood?
I do not have any questions, but I do note the irony of the fact that since this violation occurred 27 years ago, you served as an intern with the U.S. Department of Transportation and an intern in a health equity role.
Yes.
So the irony is pretty thick there.
Thank you.
I'll be a favorable vote.
Thank you.
I have no questions, but I'm impressed by your, what you've accomplished today.
No questions, just another comment. I do believe, especially as when we're young, we don't need to be defined our entire lives by a single youthful mistake. And I also admire the courage that it takes for you to come publicly, acknowledge a mistake, because that's hard. Like, I wish that didn't happen, and to have to say it publicly is very difficult. So to me, that says how badly you want to move forward with your plans. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
Mr. Scott?
No questions. Thank you.
And have zero shame. Okay?
No.
None. There is none. You are. I'm
Oh,
glad
we've
you
all
came.
done worse.
That 100 times.
Thank you.
Okay, before we take a vote, I'd just like to add that, to take care of 10 kids plus one, and also make the strides that you made, that's inspirational.
Thank you.
All right, I want to open, are there any more questions before we move forward? Okay, with that being said, we'll make a, okay, motion by Dr. Arnold, second.
So is the motion?
Yeah, what's you need to clarify a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Arnold, or Dr. Arnold, can you state your motion?
Yes, my motion would be to grant the waiver.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll second that.
okay. Motion by Dr. Arnold, second by Ms. Hunter. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
Ms. Ware, I just want to say thank you for going into what I consider to be the greatest profession of all professions. And when you finish that experience, if you need help finding a job, we will do that because your students are going to be lucky to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Where do you work?
I've been applying everywhere, but this has been a hurdle. I got to the end of my degree and it was time to teach, and this came up.
Okay.
It was not expected.
Well, I'm gonna introduce you to Dr. Benton back there, and we're gonna get your number, and we're gonna make some calls and get you connected to somebody.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is our consideration for recommendation of professional license standards for case number 26-092, Barbara Tucker.
Good morning. Whitney James with the department. This is a consideration of a recommendation on Barbara Tucker. Just a reminder of the procedures. If the educator wishes to make an oral argument, which I believe she does, she will have 10 minutes. The PLSB will then have 10 minutes. She will need to be sworn in, along with my investigator if you wish to hear any testimony from her. And then after that, you all can ask questions, and then we'll have 3 different motions and votes. Okay?
So do you want to do this one?
Yes.
So anybody that's gonna testify, have them all stand up.
Anyone going to testify, please stand, please. Okay. Okay, we're gonna swear you in. Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair and members of the board, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm asking you to reconsider the 6-month suspension of my license and the $500 fine. If I had simply accepted this penalty, it would be already over and I could be applying for positions in other districts, but I could not accept a finding that is not right or fair. I'm here to present the facts, my record, and why the decision should be changed. Okay. I'm a 16-year educator with a consistent record of student growth and strong professional relationships. My peers selected me as Teacher of the Year 2023, which was the same year one of these allegations arose. Every teacher knows students don't grow without trust and solid relationships. That has been my hallmark of my career. As a 51-year-old woman and 16-year veteran, I have nothing to gain and everything to lose by preventing a child from using the restroom. This is not who I am or how I teach. On August 22nd, 2025, school has started just August 18th. We have been instructed by administration the week prior to support one another in managing student behaviors across the campus. The student in question was a 2nd grader with a history of elopement, running through the building, and earlier that week, I had alerted administration to those safety concerns. He had been assigned an RBT per his IEP to stay within proximity of him. On the day in question, I encountered him in the 4th grade hallway during lunch and recess when that area was unsupervised. From my understanding, before that day, the student used restrooms closer to his class. Unbeknownst to me, his IEP had been changed the day prior to allow him to use 4th grade restrooms. I was not aware of that change in the moment. When I saw him in an area not typical for him and without his RBT, I asked where he was headed and attempted to redirect him toward his class, consistent with our safety expectations. He did not answer me and told me to leave him alone. When I tried to guide him back toward his teacher's location, he struck my hands away aggressively. His teacher then arrived, told him not to hit me, and informed me about the restroom allowance. In that charged moment, he struck me again and ran into the restroom. I followed briefly, without thinking, to correct the behavior and make clear that striking staff is not acceptable. He then ran back out, swatted at me again, and told his teacher I had hit him. After that, I was accused of spitting in his face, grabbing his shirt and shoving him into a wall hard enough to hit his head and causing him to soil his clothes. These serious allegations were investigated by DHS, the Conway Police Department, and the prosecuting attorney, all of whom found them unsubstantiated. Despite that, I was terminated for touching the student in the hallway. Video shows both of my hands holding items, and the narrative of what supposedly occurred shifted multiple times. In a later evidentiary hearing, it was even suggested I pinched him. Again, a new claim not supported by the investigations. The assistant superintendent is on record stating there was no harm to the child, only that I touched him. An earlier separate incident sent to PLSB was dismissed, but still appears to have weighed against me. In that matter, video confirmed I never touched the arm the parent claimed I marked. Yet I was reprimanded and required to complete relationship building courses, all the same year I was serving as Teacher of the Year. I also note a disparity in how similar concerns have been handled. Another employee Athletic Director Hughes faced accusations of comparable or more serious conduct with students, and to my knowledge was neither investigated nor referred to PLSB and remains employed. I raise this only to underscore that consistent, even-handed application of standards matters. Additionally, the student's mother has since been suspended from district campuses after threatening staff members. I include this to illustrate the charged environment around this matter and the importance of fact-based, even-handed decisions. My intent that day was student safety and adherence to school expectations. I encountered a known eloper alone in an unsupervised hallway during lunch and recess. I attempted to redirect him until his teacher arrived. I did not know his IEP had changed that previous day to authorize restroom use in that hallway. My interventions were intended to prevent escalation and keep the student within supervised areas. There was no reason for me to be angry with him, and I would never keep a child from using the restroom. I also recognize that an intense moment following a student into a restroom, however briefly, can raise concerns about judgment and boundaries. If the board believes that I have made a better choice, that I could have made a better choice in that split second, I accept that feedback and am committed to following any clarified procedures for restroom supervision and elopement response going forward. I have completed additional professional learning on de-escalation and communication and welcome further training on IEP change notifications and cross-hall supervision protocols. The penalty's impact is significant. It prevents me from serving students despite multiple independent agencies finding the most serious allegations unsubstantiated. Personally, I lost my job during my daughter's senior year. My unemployment claim was denied, and my photograph appeared on the front page of the local paper. That public humiliation has followed my family, and the loss of my income and merit pay has placed us under real strain. Professionally, these allegations, though unsubstantiated, have put my career on hold for a year. I have been unable to accept opportunities in other districts because I cannot in good conscience accept a finding that I know is not fair or right. So my ask of you today is to overturn the 6-month suspension and the $500 fine. Alternatively, replace them with non-punitive remedy focused on training and clear protocols, formal coaching on elopement response, explicit guidance on entering restrooms during behavior incidents, and a process to ensure staff are promptly notified of IEP changes that materially affect supervision. I have devoted 16 years to helping students grow academically and socially. My record shows strong relationships, measurable student growth, and peer recognition. I ask that my record and findings of DHS, law enforcement, and the prosecutor carry the appropriate weight. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Legal?
As Ms. Tucker stated, she is a veteran educator of 16 years. On August the 22nd of 2025, she blocked a 2nd grade student from using the 4th grade boys' restroom. That was something he was allowed to do per his IEP. There is no evidence that he was trying to elope. In fact, he had walked past a door that leads outside. He was not running as he had previously. Ms. Tucker was clearly, as you could see in the video, upset and frustrated. She made physical contact with the student first, and he swatted his hand at her in response. He then rubs his arm after the physical contact occurs. She later followed the student into the boys' restroom to confront him about the interaction. The student claims that Ms. Tucker made additional physical contact with him while in the restroom, and you will see from the documentation that you received that there was a high negative impact on the student. Ms. Tucker initially reported to the district that a student hit her, but she did not disclose that she made the first physical contact with the student. She did not disclose that she followed him into the bathroom. Her statement did not match the video evidence from the hallway. She later told law enforcement that the student hit her in the chest or the stomach. She claimed she was injured, Again, this did not match the video evidence from the hallway. You will see a video in your documents where the police officer points this out to her, and she referred to the student as a known little liar. He did, in fact, soil his pants because he was prevented from using the restroom. She claims that she was trying to de-escalate the situation, but I think it's very clear that she escalated the situation. Of note, Ms. Tucker had a prior incident in 2023 with a student that led to a written reprimand from the district and a warning that she was to have no inappropriate physical contact with any student for any reason. She was given a growth plan along with training, yet there was the incident in August of 2025 with the student in the hallway. She's accepted no accountability for this incident other than stating she should not have followed the student into the bathroom. At the evidentiary hearing, when asked what she would have done differently, she said she would have kept walking. She denies that she violated the code of ethics. Anything she's saying today about accepting accountability is new to me. She says that the complaint, or she said before, the complaint has absolutely no merit. She referred to the trainings that she received for the 2023 incident as a waste of her time. The evidentiary hearing panel members who heard hours of testimony found that she did violate the code of ethics and found that her license should be suspended. The district did terminate her employment after she had a very lengthy termination hearing, and the district's general counsel, Chastity Wagner, is here today. Ms. Tucker made physical contact with a student and then followed him into the boys' restroom. She accepted no accountability and has given inconsistent, untruthful statements, and the recommended sanctions should be upheld. Thank you.
Ms. Wagner, are you able to come up and give comments? Are we able to do that?
I'm so sorry. The only people that are allowed to speak are the PLSB investigator, and the educator.
Ms. James, is this an appropriate time for the board to ask you questions or for a response?
Yes, sir. It's an appropriate time. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just if the board has questions for Ms. James.
Start on the left this time. Dr. Arnold. Sorry.
Yeah, so what happened in the restroom? What happened whenever you followed him in there? I think I read you were in there for 18 seconds.
I was in there, I don't know how long I was in there. I was, in the video, if you would see the video, his teacher is right there at the restroom door. So when I went to the restroom, I only was in there to tell him that it was inappropriate to hit an adult. He had struck me twice. When I talked to the officers, it had been a month since I had been off work, so I didn't recall exactly what happened. It was an escalated, things just happened. I had been off work. They immediately put me on administrative leave that Friday. I didn't even finish out the day. They came and got me immediately after he called his mom. They came and got me from my classroom. I was immediately sent home. So by the time I talked to the officers and the school district, it was a month later. So maybe I didn't know exactly where he hit me. I don't recall. But I went to their doctor, the school district's doctor, and he saw a mark. Maybe I was broken out because I was stressed. I don't know. I just know that he did strike me. So when they're saying that I lied about it, I didn't. I didn't lie about anything. In the restroom, I simply told him that that's inappropriate to have his hands on adults because he had struck me twice. His teacher was standing right there at the restroom door. So she was right there. So she was there. If you see the video, he said I grabbed him by his shirt and pushed him. His shirt is not disheveled. There's nothing. If I grabbed him, then his shirt would have been disheveled. I never grabbed him. And then he comes out of the restroom and hits me again. The day in question, when they're escorting me out, the principal walked me down to get my things. He again ran out of the restroom again to point to me and tell me, hey, that's her. And he rolled his eyes at me. I never struck him. Never.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Woods?
Yeah, so for Ms. James, you know, I've read quite a bit of this, and I guess what exactly did she do that is considered inappropriate contact? Was it the touching, grabbing, whatever, of the shoulder at the time that was said, you can't go to this restroom? Is that what we're talking about, her escalating the situation?
Well, she blocked him from going to the restroom. And as you can see in the video, she does reach over. She said she had a tissue in her hand so she couldn't have pinched him. But it looks like, and even the police officer asked, is this a pinch? She made some type of contact with his arm, which caused him to then swat her hand away and rub his arm.
Okay.
And then, of course, he alleged that additional things happened in the bathroom, but we don't obviously have video evidence of that.
Okay, this whole which bathroom to use issue, is she accurate that it had only been, his access to the 4th grade restroom had only been changed one day before?
I think that's correct.
Regardless of that, is it who's in charge? I guess I naturally kind of tend towards the adult being able to tell a child where they can and can't go, and that the appropriate response to that is not a child swatting at the adult. Am I wrong in that?
I can't really answer that question. I can give you facts about what happened.
Okay.
I can tell you that his classroom teacher was down the hall watching him. She was within the line of sight, and she did walk up the hall and say, he can use that restroom. Now, I don't know at what point in the interaction that occurred. I will say that he didn't swat at her until she had made contact with his arm. And this was a student that was not to be touched in any circumstance. And I believe that that was well known around the school.
Tell me more about that.
My recollection is that, and I'm just going off memory here, and this was in the hearing testimony.
Yes.
Yes, that it was known that no one was to make physical contact with him. He had an RBT that was with him. They were trying to give him more independence when this happened, and I'm not sure if Ms. Tucker knew about all of those things. Regardless, she blocked a student from going to the restroom.
I'm not offended by her blocking the student from going to the restroom. I don't think that she was blocking him from using the restroom. I think she was trying to block his particular access to that particular restroom, and for what very well may have been good reason. So I'm not offended by her blocking him going to the restroom. Was she allowed to be in the restroom with him?
No. There was not an emergency situation that would justify her having to go into the restroom.
Yeah, is that required for it to be permissible for her to go into the boys' restroom?
That's my understanding that that's what the district policy says. There would have to be some type of exigent or emergency circumstance. In this case, he was trying to use the restroom before he had an accident.
Right. But I'm really focused on her actions here. I suppose that she could have waited till he came back out of the restroom to discuss what she had to discuss with him.
Absolutely. There was no reason for her to go into the boys' restroom.
Okay, I think that's all I have right
Sure.
now.
I have a follow-up question. The 6-month suspension, has it already been served, or it's pending?
No,
decision?
no, sir, because she asked for an evidentiary hearing, and then she asked for a state board review. So it's just been pending.
Yeah, come on up.
I would also like to ask that they're not using, there was his teacher who was in the hallway with me, there were only 2 adults in the hallway. She and my narrative are the ones that coincide, we agree with each other, what happened. Their narrative keeps changing about what I did and what I was trying to do. I'm 51 years old, what reason would I have to not allow a child to use the restroom? I built my career on building relationships with kids and growing them academically. I don't understand this one at all. I don't understand what would be the benefit of me not allowing a child to use the restroom? when he did pass a door, but there are 3 other doors, exits to that area. We were all gone. I'm a 4th grade teacher. There was no supervision on that hall, so I was only trying to ensure the safety of that child, and that it was the first week of school, and 2 or 3 days prior, he was an elopement scare. He was running through the halls, and I did alert staff. So when they're saying that my narrative changed, they didn't question me until, again, after a month. I had been sitting at home a month wondering what's gonna happen. I'm gonna lose my job. So I didn't, maybe my words were not, I didn't have it exactly, but I know I did not harm that child, and I didn't call. That was not my intent that day. It just wasn't.
I have 2 questions for her.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. The teacher, his teacher, did you ask her to testify in any of the hearings? And if so,
I did ask her to testify, and I think she's nervous because she may be retaliated against the district. I've texted her, she did tell me, she sent me her, statement again that she wrote out for the district, so that's the only thing that she would give me is her statement. She wasn't willing to testify for me.
well, and I guess where I'm struggling is that there was an incident in 2023 and then a second incident in 2025, so
So the first incident in 2023, now, again, this is the same year that I was the active teacher of the year. That year, I had this parent, let me go back. So my administration, I was a 2nd grade teacher with this particular student. His parent, she was combative. She just didn't want to have him to do any work, right? So I sent her a letter to ask him to do work because I held him accountable in class. My administration, after that year, asked me to move up to 4th grade because of my classroom management and how I was able to move students academically. So I moved up to 4th grade. I got that student again in 4th grade. The 2023 incident, I'm sorry, I'm jumping off. With the 2023 incident, the mother came and said that I had pinched her son and left a mark on his right arm. She came and showed the administrator a mark on his right arm. They looked at the video, and my principal said, well, you did touch him at recess. This is a child who I had written up 4 times for his behavior. So his mom was upset. So she came over to say I left a mark on his arm. After they investigated and I was sent home, I came back the same week. I came back Friday because it was found that I didn't even touch his right arm. When I directed him to move down the wall, I touched his left arm, and it was only for a second. I just asked him to move down. So I never even touched the arm that a mark was on. And they still reprimanded me and told me I had to take classes to build relationships, to have better relationships with staff and students. The year I'm serving as your active teacher of the year. Now, we are nominated for teacher of the year by our peers. So my colleagues had already given me the nomination of teacher of the year, and I was told to build better relationships with them. That's why I said that I thought that was a joke. I just thought that they were picking on me for some reason. I did not understand that. How was I reprimanded for something that was proven not to be true?
Any additional questions or comments? Go ahead.
Well, just to clarify, the answer to Mr. Peacock's question, because he was asking about the prior incident in 2023. And did I understand your answer correctly, that the prior incident in 2023 was physical contact with a student also?
Yeah, I touched him.
Yes. And was it the same student?
No.
Okay. Okay.
And I tell them all the time in this district, as a teacher, I touch students all the time. I'm not gonna lie and tell you I don't. I hug students. Students come and hug me. As an educator, when I pride myself on that, building strong relationships with students. They have to know that I'm not afraid to touch them, or I'm not afraid for them to touch me in order for them to grow and learn in my room. I've never had a year where my students have not shown growth because that's the teacher that I am. I don't mind touching them, but to ever think that I'm going to touch a child in a malicious or harmful way, that's just not who I am.
I have a couple of questions. Number one, you spoke on Teacher of the Year several times. You mind sharing some details of what's the criteria that you were awarded that recognition for?
Yes, so we, at the end of the year, every year, we take a vote on, as a staff. So the staff, we get a list of teachers in an email of who would vote for us. So the staff voted for me for Teacher of the Year. Again, I've never had a year where my students did not show growth. We've moved the bar as far as, and I teach literacy, we moved the bar as far as them writing, and they always show growth. I am stern with classroom management. I feel all kids can grow, all kids can learn. They may not be on grade level when they leave my room, but they all show growth because I meet them where they are, and they love me, and I love them, and I get to talk to them. I get to learn from them as well. So my peers, which is my colleagues, voted me as Teacher of the Year. So I was awarded that 20, and then that year that I was teaching, it was a horrific year for me. My admin came in and told me I was bringing down the morale of the school. They asked me if this is something I should really be doing. Like, it was a horrible year for me, and yet and still, my kids still did growth. I complained to, I'm so sorry, I complained to the central office about what I was experiencing at school. They came and told me that I was the only one complaining, so with that, I didn't complain anymore. I just shut my mouth and I went in my room and I taught. And with that, I was still told that I was so, and I told, my right will never be wrong. My right is always gonna be wrong with them, and I don't understand what I did to end up here. I just don't.
You also mentioned that you were protecting the safety of the student.
Absolutely.
Safety of students is our number one priority. You mind talking about what that looks like? What was the dangers of the student going in the restroom by himself?
For one, I didn't know he was going to the restroom. Had he told me I'm going to the restroom, I wouldn't have not said anything. But when I saw a child who he's assigned an RBT for a reason, and she is supposed to be within proximity of him. She was in the classroom. She wasn't even with him on that hall. I had passed his teacher, which was a colleague of mine. I taught with her prior on second grade team, and she was with the whole class, and she doesn't have the greatest classroom management. And we're told all the time to help each other out, help out your team to make sure behaviors are great. So when I saw her down the hall with the whole class, and he was all the way in the fourth grade area, I just thought that he was eloping. I did not know where he was going. I just wanted to make sure he was gonna be safe because I knew that there were no adult supervision on fourth grade hall. We were on lunch or at recess. So I just didn't want him to hurt himself. Even if he didn't elope and go out of the buildings, there's other classrooms, there's something he could have gotten into. And I wanted to ensure that he would be safe. Never was I trying to hurt him.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Okay. All right.
Your additional testifiers.
Yeah, do we have any additional
I don't think so.
persons to testify?
Just in case, I think that there was questions.
Yeah.
I think at this time, it'd probably be prudent that Ms. James talk to the board about the options of what motion to take or considerations.
Yes. So for our cases, there will be 3 separate motions. The first motion will be whether the educator violated the code of ethics, and if so, you would list the standards. And the second motion is whether to uphold or modify the sanction, and the third motion is regarding the rationale. And I'm happy to, when we get to that point, read back the rationale, the 2 rationales that we have so far for your review.
Okay. The first motion is violation of code of ethics.
Mr. Henderson, could I ask for maybe a brief discussion among the members of the board to get to this?
Thank you,
the reason I'm asking, there are parts of what I've heard that are concerning to me, and I think I've expressed there are parts that are not concerning to me. And I would just like to hear what the board thinks about. I would like to hear everybody else's opinion on it, the conduct that occurred, what we've heard, what y'all think.
Okay, we'll start on the left here.
Well, I mean, I'll chime in a little bit. I mean, I've never been a classroom teacher, so I am just speaking from how I think I would behave. I don't know that it's reasonable to expect that you would never touch, especially an elementary age student, as far as just trying to guide them or some, like a gentle touch. I get that. So I don't think that just the act of a simple, innocent touch is offensive. But when I listened very closely to your comments, and I was very sympathetic toward them, but I feel like as this hearing has gone on, I'm hearing different things, kind of some incongruency, around, like, you didn't know he was going to the bathroom, but you blocked him from going to the bathroom. So, like, that's what I observed on the video. But then you did say you didn't know he was going to the bathroom. So, I don't know. I will say I'm a little conflicted here, and Jeff, I'm glad that you have asked for a little bit of open commentary here, because I take very seriously the prospect of suspending a teacher's license. We need good teachers in the classroom, and I also understand your livelihood, so I take that very seriously. But I think it was Dr. Arnold, or no, it was Mr. Henderson, who said, our number one goal here is student safety. So just trying to balance all of that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say maybe it wasn't handled correctly, but I think suspension is a little too extreme, for what's happened.
I think a stable environment is instrumental in children learning, and so I think that that's one of the things that I really lean on. So I don't have an issue with the touching and trying to maintain, for lack of a better way of saying it, good order and discipline. My issue is 2 parts. One, it's the second time it's occurred, and the other issue that I have is I haven't heard her own any error in either one of those instances, and so that's probably the biggest concern that I have.
Well, the words inconsistency and conflicted are definitely appropriate here, and I want to acknowledge just the due diligence of the PLSB. And this has been extensively reviewed, and to try to make sense of the narrative. When we look at the sanctions, there's a difference between the physical contact with a student resulting in injury. This includes hitting, pushing, pinching, or grabbing the student. That's suspension. Physical contact with student resulting in no injury. That's probation. And that goes down to your point, Ken. Where are we in that spectrum of what really happened physically with that child? Still unclear to me.
Any other? For me, I struggle with being a teacher of the year, and as long as you have taught, I get it. We have to, in heated moments, we got to maintain our composure when it comes to kids' safety. But I also understand that teaching kids, keeping them in line, there's situations it's not gonna be black and white. There are gray areas. Are we ready to?
Yeah, if I can add something about the sanction, I think when both groups looked at this, I know that it's suspension if there's an injury and probation if there's not. And I think the 6 months was trying to kind of establish a medium there with the lack of accountability being pretty big aggravator.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that a letter was written, a statement. Did you present that, or do you have that letter with you on your behalf from the other teacher?
I presented it to.
It would have been in the packet that
Yeah.
you already received of the exhibits at the hearing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And
You come to the podium, please.
I do take accountability for going into the restroom. I know that was absolutely the wrong thing to do, so I think I said that. I do take accountability in that. I take accountability for touching students, but I'm never harming a child, ever. That's never my intent. That's never something I do. If you're looking at the videos, it's just a touch, and it's to guide them or redirect them. It's never a touch to harm any child, ever. So if I didn't come across with that, I do apologize, because I do take accountability for going into that restroom. I take accountability for touching the students. But I don't, as an educator, I touch students. I hug them all the time. I may hit them on the back. If I'm going around the room or facilitating a lesson, I may touch somebody on the top of their head and say, you do question 7, or you do question. So I just know that I touch my students because I love them and I want them to grow and be successful. And it's just unbelievable that I'm here because I've harmed a child, and that's just not what I do. That's not who I am.
Any other questions or comments for legal or Ms. Tucker? Okay. Call for a motion of violation of code of ethics.
It's either one, either with or without injury, right? It would be a violation of the code of ethics, is my understanding.
That's correct.
So I make a motion that there was a violation of the code of ethics.
Is that standards 1 and 2, sir?
I'm sorry,
Standards 1 and 2?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Those are the ones on the list.
Could we read those out loud?
Sure.
I just, because I don't have them in front of me, and I'm trying to get them up, but.
Yes. Standard 1 is maintaining an appropriate relationship, and actually, hold on just a second, I'll read it verbatim to you. You would think I would have this memorized after all this time, but I want to make sure.
I actually would think that, yes.
Listen, I can probably do it, but I just want to make sure that I do not misspeak. All right. Standard 1 is an educator maintains a professional relationship with each student, both in and outside the classroom. And in this particular case, it's alleged that there was inappropriate interaction with a student, and that's all that we have for standard 1.
And what is 2?
2 is an educator maintains competence regarding his or her professional practice, inclusive of professional and ethical behavior skills, knowledge, dispositions, and responsibilities relating to his or her organizational position. In this case, it is exhibited an inappropriate disposition, inclusive of professional and ethical behavior, and violated district, state, or federal policies or law.
Do I have a motion for violation of Code of Ethics for Standards 1 and?
You have a motion.
You have a motion.
So the motion is for
That's
that.
correct.
Having
Question.
heard the definitions, I second it.
Okay.
And then if there's any discussion.
First, motion by Mr. Peacock, second by Dr. Arnold. Okay,
We can discuss it.
any, discussion on that?
I'll vote for it, and it's based on entering the bathroom without a reason to do so. And I'm gonna limit my vote to just that one particular fact.
Okay. So we do a roll call. Dr. Arnold?
Yes, based on entering the bathroom.
Ms. Hunter?
Yes.
Mr. Peacock?
Yes.
Mr. Woods?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes.
Okay.
Standards 1 and 2.
Yes, sir. The second motion is to uphold the recommended sanction of the subcommittee and the hearing subcommittee, or modify it. Just as a reminder, both groups found that there should be a suspension of license for 6 months, followed by probation for 2 years, with a $500 fine, training, written reflections. The Ethics Hearing Subcommittee did not order quarterly reports. The Ethics Subcommittee did, so that is up to you all.
Okay, I think initially, I think it was a fine associated, and she wanted the fine removed. Does that need to be stated in this?
Yes, whoever makes the motion would just say, I move to uphold or modify as follows, and then if there's anything that you would like to change or remove.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion to uphold the recommendation, sanction, or modify this sanction?
I'll make a motion to modify to a 2-year probation and no financial penalty, and to do the coursework and the written reflections recommended by the PLSB.
I'll second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Woods to recommend the sanction and modify the sanction, and a second by Mr. Braggs.
Any discussion?
Any discussion? We'll do a roll call.
I do appreciate that the PLSB really wrestled with the sanction between suspension and probation. And
Yes, sir.
recognizing the variables there. It's appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's begin the roll call. Dr. Arnold?
I want to make sure I hear it too, and this is to modify the sanction,
Yeah.
as stated by Mr. Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to repeat that can you repeat that for the record?
I can
Just so it
Yeah.
defeats-
Sure, I can repeat my understanding of it.
Yeah.
2 years probation, no fine, the trainings that were recommended by both groups, and the written reflections recommended by both.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
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 Okay. Motion carries.
The rationale.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're gonna,
Yes. The third motion is for the rationale, and I can read back the rationale of the subcommittee and the ethics subcommittee, or is there one you would like to hear, or would you like to hear both?
Vote, please. Sorry.
I'm sorry, can you say? Yes, ma'am, absolutely. The ethics subcommittee rationale was the educator prevented a second grade student from entering the 4th grade bathroom, which the student had permission to use according to his IEP. Video evidence indicates that the educator physically redirected the student twice. After the second redirection, the student pushes the educator's hand away and rubs his arm, indicating discomfort. It was known that the student was not to be touched unless he initiated the interaction. The educator followed the student into the boys' bathroom and remained in there for 18 seconds. The student is a member of a vulnerable population. The educator violated district policies 3.54 and 4.20. The educator had a prior reprimand for using physical contact to enforce behavior. The student did not demonstrate evidence of injury. The educator admitted that she should not have followed the student into the bathroom. The educator failed to take accountability for her actions. The educator was a veteran educator with 16 years of experience. The educator should have known that her actions violated the code of ethics. That was the ethics subcommittee. The ethics hearing subcommittee rationale is the educator prevented a second grade student from entering the fourth grade bathroom. The educator followed the student into the boys' bathroom and remained in there for 18 seconds. The educator admitted she should not have followed the student into the bathroom. The educator violated district policies 3.54 and 4.20. The educator had a prior reprimand for using physical contact to enforce behavior. The educator is a veteran educator with 16 years of experience. The educator failed to take accountability for her actions. When asked what the educator would have done differently, she said she would have kept walking.
Any questions on that?
I move that we accept the rationale.
As, yeah,
Oh,
as
yes,
stated.
yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The rationale is to accept the rationale of ethics subcommittee and ethics hearing subcommittee, and currently the rationale of what we should remove and add it to the rationale.
So I can move to accept both rationales as presented.
And remove any duplicative language.
Yes.
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 Motion by Dr. Arnold,
I'll second that.
second by Ms. Honor.
I'm gonna vote no, only because the rationales include particular statements of fact that I disagree with as being problematic, so I'm just gonna vote no.
So we'll do a roll call.
If there's no other discussion.
If there's no other discussion. Dr. Arnold?
Well, I made the motion, and I will say yes.
Ms. Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Peacock?
I'm gonna vote no as well.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay,
3-2.
okay, thank you.
Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break? Just keep going.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll pick back up.
Quick break.
Okay? That would do more. Okay, we can call the board back to order, meeting back to order. Okay, next on the agenda is consideration recommendation, professional license standards for case 25222, James Buell.
Yes, same rules as last time. Each side will get 10 minutes to make a statement with the educator going first. And the educator will need to be sworn in. I think he's the only one here to talk besides his attorney.
If you will stand, please. You swear.
Well, he doesn't, the
Okay,
lawyers
gotcha.
don't have to.
Okay. Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you.
So now he's invited.
Okay.
You're invited to come up
Yeah.
and present. Thank you.
Members of the board, I'm Jeff Rosenzweig, and I represent Dr. Bowie, who will gladly answer your questions, and we ask that you vacate the licensure sanctions assessed on him. Got a limited amount of time, of course, and I want to talk very briefly on the speedy trial, for lack of a better term, claim. It's a legal question. We went back and forth on the issue of whether to present it or not. We decided the law was sufficiently unclear based upon the allocation of responsibility and whether a waiver could be implied by negotiations. And there did not appear to be any controlling case law on it, and so we wanted to preserve that point. But I want to focus on the substantive allegations against him. If you've read the transcript, a lot of what the testimony was about an incident which apparently the panel, the PLSB subcommittee, did not find anything. That's the incident involving Dr. Bowie going to the house to try to get the insurance matter taken care of. But that was the thing that triggered this whole series of events. The problem here is this: the panel below did not give sufficient consideration to the fact that Dr. Bowie is also acting in a pastoral and humanitarian capacity. And he's a licensed minister of the Church of Christ. He's been a licensed minister, in fact, longer than he's been an educator. And in a small community like Fouke, you're going to have all sorts of overlapping roles. And he may not have been as fastidious as could have been in making sure everyone knew about the separation of roles, but he was active in the community not only as the superintendent but also as a minister, and so we believe that what the panel below has found is simply not sufficient to have those sort of licensure sanctions that have been assessed. Let's talk about what they actually found. Educator allowed a student to live with him at his residence. This is a 18-year-old senior, was an adult abandoned by his mother. He needed a place to stay, was ineligible for the foster care system. Let him stay at the house. A humanitarian gesture we submit if ever there was one. The kissing two different male students while saying, "I love you," it's something he denied, but even if you believe that it happened, the context was on the top of the head. Two students who he had met in a pastoral capacity originally through the grandparents. They are nephews of a member of the school board. He was taking them to church, and they were troubled, as one might be, from watching their mother kill their father in front of them. And so that was the nature of that relationship. Educator using personal funds to give gifts to multiple students. Again, these were pastoral humanitarian gestures to get a haircut, get clothing for a job interview, have a means of getting to work. Personal relationships with the students. Yes, he did, but there was a pastoral capacity. Took and paid for multiple students' trips to multiple locations to include a cruise where, number one, a lot of these were church trips. There were other adults present. There was the time where he went with two students. These were the son and nephew of a childhood friend of his who ended up being his secretary. This was not a mere student type thing. And in the cabin, there was a separate bedroom in the cabin. With regard to the acknowledgement that he didn't violate ethical standards, he certainly didn't intentionally violate to do so, and the question is whether there was a perception, and he's committed to fixing any perception. Sharing personal contact information with multiple students. Of course, there's the pastoral capacity. At this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bowie to answer any questions you may have.
Whitney James with the department. Dr. Bowie is a veteran educator, and he was most recently a superintendent. He has over 21 years of experience. He was a superintendent of the Fouke School District, and over the course of his time with the district, he demonstrated a pattern of unethical and unprofessional conduct with students. I can't even name everything that he's been accused of. If I tried to list it, I'd inevitably leave something out. He has admittedly bought multiple gifts for students totaling over $1,000. He had a student move into his home. He stayed in a hotel suite or cabin with students. He purchased a vehicle with the expectation that a student would be a primary driver. He allegedly, and this was sworn testimony at the hearing, from the parent of one of the students, or two of the students, he allegedly kissed the students on the head and told them he loved them. And he admittedly had personal relationships with students. They transitioned from professional relationships to personal relationships with students. Per the group of educators that heard very lengthy testimony in this case, and the ethics subcommittee that reviewed the case prior to the hearing, Dr. Bowie does not acknowledge that he violated any ethical standards. If he says he accepts accountability today, that's something new. Dr. Bowie has chosen the most vulnerable students, as you will see from the testimony, and made the decision to have personal relationships with those students and directly financially support them as well. Parental consent does not absolve an educator of professional and ethical responsibilities, and neither does being a minister. There's a pattern of multiple and repeated instances of crossing ethical and professional boundaries with these vulnerable students. Even when only considering what he is admitted to doing, there's a clear violation of the Code of Ethics, and the sanction that was recommended by both groups that reviewed this before should be upheld, and his license should be suspended. Thank you.
Dr. Buell?
Thank you for giving me time.
You please state your name.
I'm James Bowie, educator. And I will say I was probably the most nervous person. I think you're more nervous than me today. I want to first try and lay the groundwork, because I think it's fair to set the context of the work that I've done in the Fouke community and the Fouke school for the past 9 years. I think that it's important to note that over the course of the 9 years, what those students have, where they have seen me and where they can find me besides on campus, is right on Main Street of Fouke. I preached a 4-day, what in the Church of Christ we call it gospel meeting, and other places it's just a plain old revival. And so they would have seen me in that role. They have seen me preach 5 of the 8 Baccalaureate services. There they have seen me do team Bible studies. They have seen me lead Bible studies for the community center that is directly across the street from the school. I officiated the marriage between my head basketball coach and one of my paraprofessionals. I have conducted or officiated the marriage of 2 former students who came up to the Falk administration office and said their vows to each other right there in the office. And then a year ago, the entire community and student body witnessed me officiate the burial of our longtime high school principal at her untimely death. So I want to at least put within the context the role that I have played for nearly a decade in that community, and that it is a role that I have been playing and serving in since before I went into education. In fact, as part of my deal to serve as pulpit minister in Arkadelphia, they paid for my college tuition to become an educator there. And I do not bounce around a lot. I have worked at Gurdon, I've worked at Whitehall, and I have worked at Falk. And those are the 3 districts I've served in 21 years. With the exception of I was a December graduate, so my first part of my career, I was a K-12 music teacher at DLI because nobody else wanted to do that. So I filled that position. I will tell you that I believe that the relationships that I have built with these students and their families have been a partnership. I have seen here today a board hand trophies to school leaders who celebrated authentic relationships. I believe the events and activities that have been called into question and that have been seen in findings of fact have all been done with the approval, with the cooperation, and with many times the participation of the parents. I think that it was my abundance of caution to do that I have never just gone out and roguely tried to wrangle in somebody to minister to, that it was always with purpose. I've always done it with purpose. I think that that in the state of Arkansas today, there is such a heavy weight placed on what a parent wants their child to encounter or do or participate in, that we're in an environment where, as council mentioned, there was a lengthy day on April the 15th when the parents of every student, because if you read the allegation, it was a shotgun shell approach at a ton of hearsay brought by a student that I'd had to reprimand publicly at graduation in, I think, about 2020. And so I thought the best way to offer a rebuttal to that shotgun approach was to bring in the parents to testify about the relationship and the work that I was doing. And so that's what I did. I brought in the parents to testify. They sat there for 8 hours that day. They were countered at every turn by the PLSB and one board member in particular that wanted to inject his testimony and his storyline. They left downtrodden, they left offended, they left upset. But I thought my best testimony that day was the parents of these kiddos, that I have been involved in their lives, not just theirs alone, but in their families. And I have made a positive impact in that role. And I just feel like that if we cannot do that, then the state of Arkansas as a whole is in a lot of trouble, because our teachers make a lot of things happen in the summer that require them to put themselves in interactions with young people, whether it is the church camps that are going on around the state, or the counselors that are in these dormitories with these kids at band camp, or the scoutmasters who are volunteering their time at Preston Hunt or all the way up to Mena. There are educators like me who are trying to devote their time to the lives of these young people, that if we have to live in fear that every time somebody gets a burr in their saddle about decisions we've made or reprimands we've had to make, that We have to stop doing those things. And so I think we have a larger problem if there is an ethical dilemma to serving young people and their families outside the classroom. And if we cannot clearly see that there is a role that ministers, counselors, coaches, we play outside of the classroom, that is still professional. A minister still has ethical boundaries. A minister still has. But I'm telling you that there are great educators this very week in cabins with young people who are counseling them at church camp, and they're far closer than I ever got in terms of where they're being housed. And remember, ethics applies to the educator and anyone in a teacher ed prep program. So you have college kids who are in teacher ed prep programs who are put in roles similar to the ones that I've played. And I just appeal to you to give the same weight to these parents who drove 2.5 hours to sit for 8 hours to say, hey, this guy's been good for our kids, as you would the number of faceless parents who can sit at a computer in Pulaski County or the Ozark Hills or Southwest Arkansas and fill out a form and click a few buttons and say, you know what, I'd like to take my kids out of school, and I'd like to do what I think is best for my kids, and I'd like to take the state revenue to do it. And you just take their work, clicks away, and you say, those parents know what their kids need. I brought the parents to Little Rock. They sat there for me, they showed up for me, they said, hey, this guy's been good for our family. This guy's been great for our kids. We invited him. And they said words that the PLSB villainized, like, he's like family to us. And the PLSB villainized it. All I'm trying to do is form the authentic partnerships and work with these families. And I will tell you, it's not that I don't take accountability. It's just that I take accountability for making an amazing, positive difference in the lives of every one of these young people. These young people and their parents didn't file this complaint. This complaint didn't originate from these young people and their parents. The complaint originated from a kiddo from a while ago who lives in Louisiana. And I'll take your questions, I will.
Okay. I'd like to make a statement, and board, I know typically I don't get involved in these kinds of things. And Dr. Bowie, you said some things about putting teachers and leaders in this ethical dilemma for supporting families outside of schools. I don't think that's the question of why you're here today. And I think we need to be very clear on why you're here today. These principles that we celebrate, they have relationships. But there's also, you talk about the ethics. Ethics creates a boundary. And you're an authoritative figure to impressionable minds. And I'm not accusing you of engaging in predatory behavior, but I can tell you in every training I've seen around how kids get trafficked by predators, the things I read in your file meet that definition to a T. So you can come in here and try to spin that you're the victim here, but if you can't look in the mirror and say, I had good intent with this, and I hope you did. I truly hope you did in your ministry, and that you're really trying to make a difference in your community. But if you can't understand why there's a question that some of these behaviors cross that ethical boundary and line, then I would question your ability to be around children.
And I will tell you that I understand that the perceptions because of bad actors acting badly. I understand, just like you say, the things in my file, they reflect bad actors acting badly. Just like when we sat down for the evidentiary hearing, counsel's opening statement in that non-biased evidentiary hearing, if you read your transcript, her introductory statement was, ladies and gentlemen, we've all seen this before. And I don't know that that's the appropriate way to enter into a non-biased evidentiary hearing, because I believe it sets the table for, hey, what we're about to hear is just another bad guy doing the bad things that bad guys do. But I just want the board to know, I acknowledge that there are similarities, and I don't fault anybody for questioning what I'm doing, especially from the outside. I'm asking you to give the same weight and credibility to the parents that I work with and partner with that you do to parents that you never even see.
Okay. Want to make sure we allow the board members to ask questions.
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to just make a comment to my colleagues on the board that this sure seems a lot different than people praying in a locker room. We can go back in time and see where we've been before. But one, just as an aside, you make quite a leap between your two witnesses or multiple witnesses to parents selecting EFA accounts. I mean, that was a huge leap and not very fair. Your representation, a close paraphrase, says you weren't necessarily fastidious in your mindfulness of boundaries, and I just emphasize the word fastidious. And you've got to be fastidious in your separation of roles. I mean, and if you can't be fastidious in your separation of roles, you need to pick one. And it seems to me, from your passionate self-defense, that it would be pastoring. Seems to be where your heart is. But as you say, that even holds professional boundaries. And as I've been accountable to school boards and churches, they've always underscored up front, mind your boundaries, be professional, and that includes appearances. And it seems to me that you've been loose in those charges to mind boundaries, to watch appearances, and you've mixed roles in an unhealthy way.
Ms. Honor,
No, nothing for me.
speak up.
I'm not really sure where to begin because I think about my church and my pastor and how he behaves, and we do a lot for our community, but it's whenever anybody donates, they donate to the church, and then the church turns around and donates to those individuals. It's I don't know of any situations where someone's taken the money out of their own pocket and given it directly to the recipient. I absolutely don't know of a situation where someone in an authoritative position is doing that. I'm very concerned about how you blend your faith and your role as an educator. I think it's very convenient for you today to wrap yourself in your pastoral role and use that as a shield for your behavior. And so I'll just leave it at that at this point.
Okay. Mr. Woods?
I would echo the sentiment of my colleagues that have suggested that the ethical standards for licensed educators in Arkansas is a coat you choose to wear, and you cannot complain about that coat by taking a second job and the requirements of that second job. I agree that if you have to choose one or the other, then you need to make that decision. Having said that, I'm not all in on full judgment on you for the things that I've read. I do have some, but I will say this also in defense of the state and their investigation and all that. It is so appropriate because of the red flags that this file raises. It is entirely possible that nothing nefarious is going on and nothing nefarious would ever happen. Absolutely. It is also entirely possible, well, so many times, as you said, that the transcript began, all of these things do lead to nefarious things that people in charge wish they could have stopped. And so one thing that's troubling me today so far, and I was extremely open-minded as we began this hearing, but I don't love your demeanor. I feel like you are very defensive, as if even being questioned about these things is wrong and inappropriate. And I would much prefer an attitude of penance for suggestion and whatever, but it's not exactly what I'm hearing from you. But I do want to dive into a couple specifics. Let's specifically talk about the automobile that you purchased for and or allowed a student to drive. Can you get more into that situation?
Yes, and in particular, like I said, I've been doing ministry for longer than I've been doing education. So
I
this is
really
just
don't want to hear ministry as a defense, okay? I want you to wear superintendent
Okay.
hat today
Yeah.
and talk to me about purchasing an automobile for a student.
Sure. So it is a low-income family. It is a family who, by no fault of their own, moved a great distance from school. And it is a family that, by putting that automobile in that family, because the dad's car was unreliable and the tires on the mom's car did not drive that same distance. So I put another automobile in that family. And they asked in the hearing, did I know that the soon-to-be driver would be a kid? And I am a reasonable person. I could probably figure that the person who had to drive the greatest distance was gonna be the one that was in the car that I owned. But they used that car, and they used that car even up until the spring of this year. They used that car. And I don't know any other way to tell you, but I owned a car and they used that car all the way up until the spring.
Okay.
I will say that it's probably the third or fourth time in my life where I own an automobile or something that somebody else is using. There is a recently graduated senior and his dad who've been taking my boat out since spring break. That's not uncommon to me. It may be uncommon to you, but it's not uncommon to me.
I'd like to talk about the allegations related to kissing the students on the forehead and telling them I love you. Can you please expound on your?
Sure. That isn't, kissing somebody on the head is not a regular thing for me. It definitely not ever takes place at the schoolhouse. But in a church setting, at the church, I would say that could probably happen. I can't tell you that it was those children council said that the mom testified that she saw me do it. So I can't deny that I did. I can deny that I did that in a setting where I was superintendent.
No, you can't say that. Well, I mean, you can say whatever you want. I don't accept that defense, all right? And the reason is, why did you say, I didn't do that at the school?
Because that's where I'm superintendent. When those kids are with me at school, I'm superintendent. I'm the boss of the school. Except for lunch, I would rarely see them because I go to the cafeteria and work at lunch, and they do their thing during the school day, and I do my thing during the school day. I think it's continually important to drive home that I minister to the whole family. That when I started with 2 of these families, nobody under the roof went to church. And today, both families are actively involved in church.
I know, and I can appreciate that, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. We're not here to talk about your pastoral role. I appreciate you doing it. Thank you for helping people. But we're here to talk about your role as superintendent and what's appropriate in that role. And I think that you're superintendent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the ethical obligations that you've chosen to take as a superintendent, that they go with you when you leave the schoolhouse. They go with you to the church house. They go with you to the grocery store. And I don't think that you are aware of that. And I think you're kind of defensive that you don't believe they should go with you. And I that probably is why we're here. I'm not gonna accuse you of anything nefarious. I'm not gonna say you're a groomer or a predator, not at all. But it's very concerning, the things that we read in the file, and
Mr. Bragg?
Yeah, this is almost like death from 1,000 cuts. If any one of these instances has just been one incident, probably wouldn't be a whole lot. And, you know, I don't think there was anything, you know, nefarious about your actions, and respect your ministerial abilities. But there does seem to be some blending of ministerial and administrative duties. There are boundaries, and a lot of this could just be perception. You know, any one of these items could have been discounted, but when you put it all together, there could be perceptions. And if you were to take another position, would you see a need to separate more your ministerial aspirations from the administrative?
Yes, for many reasons. One, the authorization for investigation came in April of 2025, so we're in 15 months of what every letter I got was stamped confidential. Now, within 3 days of me getting my certified letter, I had a board member ask me if I had an ethics investigation. So you can imagine in small town USA how difficult it is to continue to respect things you get that are confidential and things that the community continues to mumble about. So for that reason. Number two, I have come to an understanding more, and sometimes I feel like it as though I am being asked to practice what I preach, but I have said on more than one occasion that in our part of the country, in the Bible Belt, everybody is okay with preaching Jesus, and they don't get their feathers ruffled until you start imitating him. And so it is okay to talk about the generosity and the giving and the living, but once you begin to imitate what he did, then there are people who raise their eyebrows about it. And I just, and this hits so hard with me that, and I don't mean to seem aloof, and I don't mean to, because I worked really hard on my education degrees. I chose to be a teacher on purpose. I cut my teeth with who I considered to be amazing educators who had moved into education. Incredibly formative figure in my life was a lady named Dr. Johnny Roebuck, and I don't know if you know her personally, but in her career as LEA, she tells in her classroom, she would tell of taking the special needs student that as she was making her round, and just taking her into her home and having to dig the cockroaches out of her ear and take her in and put her in clean clothes and take care of her. And on graduation day, all that girl did was stand at the microphone and thank her mom. And after Dr. Roebuck had done all of those things for her, and I just consider myself, I almost feel like I was raised in a different perspective of what a teacher does in the life of a kid. The opportunities that I got in my life weren't because my mom and dad were rich, they're because some teacher said, I like what you do, and you should run with what you do, and you should be involved in music, and you should be involved in theater. And they loaded me up, and I had teachers take me to San Francisco at Ashdown High School, to Chicago. I had a teacher write a check to pay my way to travel with a group called Arkansas Ambassadors of Music, which is a group from Arkansas that does concerts in Europe. I got so many big breaks in my life because what the teachers did in my world. And now here I am living and imitating this. And these kids and their families know, I'm giving you breaks because now I can give breaks. There was a time when I couldn't give breaks, but I'm giving you breaks now because I can give breaks. And that's what I do. I don't have a wife. I don't have children. I have an administrator salary, and caskets don't have pockets. And that is my theory. That is my mission. That is my goal. I don't build bigger barns. I just take a kid who first chapter in life was horrific and open doors. I introduce them to people. I try to introduce them.
I'm really sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is just repetitive, and it's
Yeah.
just the same thing. And I don't mean to be rude at all. And I'm not discounting what you've done. I just, at some point, we just need to talk about the substance of what's before us. I do have a question I'd like to ask of
Go ahead, please.
Ms. James. Ms. James, could you tell, because I want to make sure that I have not overlooked anything, but is there any harm to any students that have been alleged?
Well, the initial allegation was that he was not confronting a student, but made some inappropriate comments to the student, such as, I'm your superintendent, kind of intimidation. There was testimony on that, but as far as like actual like criminal charges or anything like that, no.
Yeah. Feels like the level of harm is, minor, innuendo-ish. I understand the concern and the red flags. I'm not diminishing those. Harm is low, and so I guess as I hear everything, and I am open to further discussion and would love someone to convince me differently. I feel like because of there not being specific harm or any clear markers towards nefarious actions, I would be hesitant to suspend his license, but to give him a significant period of probation and a warning that the types of red flag behavior we've seen needs to change to protect his reputation, the reputation of his school district, and to protect the confidence the parents have that their children are safe with him at school.
Yeah, I understand that legal perspective, and thank you for providing it, Mr. Wood. One thing that hasn't come up, and perhaps I've missed it, shame on me, but can you comment on your school board's take on where we are today?
Yes, and I should have entered it into testimony because for 9 years, I was evaluated annually with all meets or exceeds expectations until there was a certified letter in my mailbox talking about being rude to some grandpa about insurance. There's not a reprimand for anything, and if you pay close attention to the life that being, I don't mean to sound trite, but the life that doing good things has paid me back in the past couple of years. This time last year, I sat in front of legislative audit, and some really grouchy legislator who was upset about the number of times that I visited a kid on life support in Arkansas Children's Hospital. And I just feel like if you watched that hearing, you saw my board president sit beside me and make the statement, I paraphrase, but it's similar to this: things like this are why we like to have Dr. Bowie around. And so you asked my board's take, and he showed up on my behalf at the evidentiary hearing, and the PLSB committee tried to get him to say that this allegation was why that they moved on and chose a new superintendent, and he refused. He denied that was the reason. And as school boards go, after 9 years, I wasn't working for the same board that hired me, and I have made angry just about anybody any source of power you can make angry in a community in 9 years. But that's my board's take.
To
I
answer
didn't
your
hear-
question specifically, there is zero chance that he's going to, from my perspective, modify his behavior. So if it's probation, we're gonna be right back here again. And I think that, well, I'll just say it. It's offensive to me for you to say that we go to church, but we don't want to model Christ in our lives. Christ talks about donating in anonymously. You've made a practice of making sure that and a lot of people have been successful in life and are able to give back to the community, but all these cases, I haven't heard anything, and they're all about what you have done personally for other people. And so if we're going to lecture each other on living a Christ-like life, then I would hope that I'm not going to throw the first stone, but you clearly have been throwing stones.
It was in the presented testimony
Well,
of the thousands of dollars of anonymous
Well,
donations I had made to groups and
but that doesn't take
giving.
away the fact that your statement claimed that we might lead Christian lives, but we don't follow Christ. We don't have Christ-like behaviors in our life.
I'm
And-
just pointing out, it was in the testimony that, it was in the presented record that
I'm sorry,
thousands of
I
dollars
don't
have
remember
been
asking a question either, so
anonymous.
but if I have a question, I'll ask you.
I'm sorry.
I don't see him changing his behavior going forward. I think that you may be a great pastor, but I don't think you can delineate between being a pastor and being a superintendent. And we don't have a say in whether you're a pastor or not, but I think we should exercise our ability to have a say in whether you should be a superintendent or not. And if I've lost my temper a little bit, I apologize to you and to the board, but some of what you have said I find offensive.
Yeah, so please be aware of how you come across. I mean, you almost adopt a Jesus complex, and we're the scribes and Pharisees. You're almost calling us a brood of vipers. And there's so many ways out for you just to say that this is what Jesus would do. And we still come down to the reality of professional boundaries and how you've blurred them. And that needs to be recognized by you for your own sake, let alone those whom you serve. So I think I'm done.
Question for Ms. James. What was the reasoning for a 3-year suspension instead of a 1 or 2?
Let me pull that rationale. I believe it was the sheer number of aggravators and number of just the sheer volume of incidents of crossing the ethical and professional boundaries. The rationale is very lengthy from the ethics subcommittee. And then also the ethics hearing subcommittee, even after they heard all the testimony from the parents, upheld the recommendation, and it was similar rationale. It wasn't as lengthy, but I think it was the lack of accountability and the sheer volume of incidents of crossing ethical and professional boundaries.
Thank you.
Any other more comments or questions?
So my response to Mr. Peacock's good point that it's unlikely that behavior modification will occur. Why wouldn't then we revoke the license?
You're in my head.
I'll just add that I am disturbed. The whole time you've been up here, you accepted zero accountability. And as a leader, as a educator, you have a moral, ethical responsibility to protect kids. And I personally feel like you cannot separate pastoring and superintendent. And you've had plenty of opportunities to do so. In fact, more than one occasion from different board member colleagues have asked you to separate that, and you revert to going back to that each time. Okay? Any more comments or questions? Ms. James, can you? Yeah. Go over the ration? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The first, if you're ready to entertain a motion, the first motion is whether the educator violated the code of ethics, and if so, what those standards are. The second motion is the sanction, modify, or uphold. Third motion is the rationale.
Okay. Do we have a motion of evidence that the education violated standards 1 and 2?
Can you read the standards again for us, please?
So moved.
Second,
I think it's fair to still read the first.
It's fair enough.
1 and 2.
yes.
Okay. Second motion is whether to uphold the recommended sanction or modify the sanction.
I think for the,
Oh.
for the ethics, I think there was a request for clarification on what ethics 1 and 2
Oh, I'm
were.
so sorry.
Read the standards. We have a
Yes.
motion. I don't know if we had a second yet,
Yes.
so.
Yeah,
There was a
sure.
second.
Oh,
It
you
was
did
sec-
second? I didn't hear that, okay.
But, I mean, just for clarity,
Right,
let's
I didn't hear that.
read the standards.
Yes. The standard one is an educator maintains a professional relationship with each student, both in and outside the classroom. And for Dr. Bowie, inappropriate interactions with students, inappropriate communication with students. Standard 2, an educator maintains competence regarding his or her professional practice, inclusive of professional and ethical behavior, skills, knowledge, dispositions, and responsibilities relating to his or her organizational position. Exhibited an inappropriate disposition, inclusive of professional and ethical behavior, violated district, state, or federal policies or law.
So you have a motion and a second.
Yes. We have a motion by Mr. Wood and a second by Ms. Honor. Okay. We'll take a vote, start on the left.
That's a yes vote, if I understand the motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Motion passes. Okay, second motion, is to uphold and recommend a sanction to modify.
Or
Sanction.
modify it, right?
Or modify, yes.
Is the vote on the modification or just whether we're going to modify it or leave as is?
It depends on your motion.
It's a
So
motion.
Yeah.
You can present
Yeah.
whatever motion you think the board should consider.
Well, and, I'm not trying, I think, would like to make a motion that it's revocation and if, as opposed to a suspension or something else, if it's, negative, then from past experience, we would have an additional motion but my motion, I say all that to explain why I make a motion that we modify it to revocation of his license.
That motion made by Mr. Peacock. We have a second?
If I could, for the record, since this is being transcribed, note my objection on due process grounds, lack of notice that revocation might even be considered.
I don't know what that means.
No, I think he's entering some for the record. He's
Oh,
setting up for an
okay.
appeal.
Okay.
Yes.
But it is on the sheet as a possible, it says beginning sanctions, and so beginning means it could be this or something else, so there isn't, just I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I don't think that there is lack of, that
And it's well
Revocation
stated in
is
the
potential.
rules that,
Yeah.
that the state
I'd
board
say-
can modify.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor for revocation. The next question is if somebody wants to second it, then you can enter into discussion.
We have a second.
I withdraw my motion.
Well, without a second, it fails.
Yeah. Motion fails.
So then you can entertain a new motion.
Okay? So, with that failing, we need to entertain a second motion to modify the sanction or oppose it.
Or uphold it.
Uphold it, yeah.
Uphold.
Move to uphold the recommendation of is it the hearing subcommittee
It was the hearing subcommittee and the ethics subcommittee, yes, sir.
of both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, whichever one was the last one, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, sir. The
That's
ethics hearing subcommittee, yes, sir.
Yes.
And to be clear, that's 3 years of suspension and 3 years of probation afterward. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Along
it-
with other,
Yes, ma'am. There's also the fine and training and written reflections.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion made by Mr. Wood. Do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Ms. Hunter. We'll take a vote.
I just want to say, I don't like doing this, and it's uncomfortable, but I feel like you've defended yourself today in a way that was worthy of revocation, and so this is my compromise, too.
So I would just say, I know that was not a motion, but I would second that comment. I think that your behavior here today was arrogant, and I think that just a little bit of humility would have gone a long way with this board. And so I was just a hair's breadth away from seconding the motion for revocation. So I think that this is a compromise, and I just say, for this board's sake, I hope that we are not making a mistake here, because the red flags are waving, and I just pray that we are making the right decision, and I hope that you will find those boundaries that need to exist.
Okay. Open the floor for a vote. Dr. Arnold?
The word that came to my mind was smug. So that's bending, that's, and 3 year suspension, 3 year probation, a 6-year penalty. Yes.
And I think there's other,
And other.
Yeah.
there's other.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
yes.
fine.
Fine, trainings, written
All right.
reflections, yes.
Ms.
Yeah,
Hunter?
yes.
I'll vote yes.
Speak up. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Bragg? Motion passes. Okay. Now we'll entertain a motion for the rationale provided in the previous recommendation, or we modify it.
Yes. Would you like to hear both rationales or the most recent one?
Most recent.
Most recent.
Yes, ma'am. The ethics hearing subcommittee rationale was educator allowed a student to live with him at his residence. Educator kissed 2 different male students while saying, "I love you." Educator utilized personal funds to give gifts to multiple students totaling over $1,000 plus vehicles. Educator should have known he violated the code of ethics. Educator admits to having personal relationships with students. Educator took and paid for multiple students' trips to multiple locations, to include a cruise where the educator stayed in the same cabin as the students. The educator does not acknowledge that he violated any ethical standards. The educator engaged in physical affection that could be perceived as inappropriate or confusing by the student or others witnessing the behavior. The educator shared his personal contact information and Life 360 with multiple students.
Okay. Want to bring a motion to accept the rationale provided or modify.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Arnold, second by Ms. Hunter. Take a roll call. Mr. Woods?
Yes.
Mr. Bragg? Dr. Arnold?
Yes.
Ms. Hunter?
Yes.
Peacock?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I'm gonna suggest we do consent and public comment, and then we can break for lunch and come back for reports or otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. We can,
So let's just do consent and then public comment.
okay.
Well, I guess first, if there's any new business.
Yeah. Do we have any new business, for the board?
We don't have any.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
If there's an issue.
Okay. Do we have a motion to review the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Motion to accept?
Motion to accept, I'm sorry, that's what I thought, that's what you said.
Second.
Okay.
Take a vote.
Motion, by Ms. Hunter, second by Mr. Peacock. We'll take a vote.
I will say before we do that, that every time we just accept the consent agenda, Dr. Smith gets off easy.
We're keeping him busy, don't worry.
Okay. Take a roll call.
They can be all in favor.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right.
And then I suggest we do public comment. I think we have two.
Yeah.
Kelsey, is there two public comment? I believe. I almost, if I was a betting man, I know we got at least two. If I was gonna go all out, I know we got at least two public comment. We might as well just call them up. But I don't know if there's more.
Where is the sheet?
I said, we can just call the rights up one at a time.
That's right.
Or do you wanna go ahead and call them up? You might as well call them, who's coming first, I guess? Come on.
Right, Mr. Wright, okay, we just want to remind you that, we do have 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay, I'm trying to stick close to it.
He always does a good job.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Secretary Olivia, Chair, Mr. Henderson, and other board members and others present. I am Julius Wright, a resident of Pine Bluff School District. We have continued with passion, strong will, and nonviolence, as Dr. Martin Luther King taught. We embrace that adversity can be overcome by working as groups. We have faced adversity and welcomed the Pine Bluff School District, organizing and embracing a local chapter of public schools, Strong A Nation organization to strengthen our community engagement in public education in Pine Bluff, and to empower our community to move forward and be better as a group. We have seen attendance and participation at local board meetings increase due to concerns of our cyber theft, superintendent and board president resignation, director of finance and head football coach on leave for months and weeks reinstated, and a district letter grade of F. The district and community rallied together and embraced the appointment of Zone 4 board members and acting as interim superintendent. We are aware that 3.2 million cyber theft may impact our fiscal stability and perhaps trigger another fiscal distress at the lack of strongholds by state appointment superintendent that will allow to remain after Pine Bluff School District return to local control. We are also aware that the hiring of assistant superintendent without district level experience by state appointed superintendent without certification in curriculum and assigned to supervise curriculum for the entire district result in a district letter grade of an F, could be determining factor of state academic distress. To eliminate rumors that were circulating in our district, the community organized meeting which resulted in a campaign of truth with published facts of transparency for accountability that would sustain local control. By exposing and addressing the rumors with petition, facts of laws, bylaws, and other needed documentation and mediums, we felt that these rumors would divide our community and would jeopardize our advancing in the state of urgency. We urge you to consider the fact, your decision that we have petitioned you for the last almost 9 years that could have contributed to our current circumstance to avoid another state takeover. Thank you for allowing me to have public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
You practice in the car on the way over?
Huh? I told him this morning. Good morning, Secretary Jacob Oliva, Chairman Henderson. This is our first time with you, and all other board members and others present. I am Charlene Wright, a Pine Bluff School District stakeholder, and we have faithfully advocated for our local governance, and we are disappointed in the 3.2 million cyber theft due to the lack of safeguards that was in the legislative audit that was not instituted prior to the unfortunate circumstances, and a letter grade of F, or a state of emergency concerning our local governance. Today, yes, your state-appointed superintendents have parted ways with our districts, but it created a state of emergency in which we feel that the Pine Bluff School District is in mass transitioning to prevent another state takeover, and by faith and perseverance, we will overcome with your assistance and resources. On September the 29th, 2023, Mr. Gary Newton wrote an editorial to the Arkansas Democrat Gazette offering a solution to you, the Arkansas Department of Education Board, to immediately expunge your vote and abide by the law in regard to restoring all power to the Pine Bluff School District and local control, and hold all new elections in 2024. He could not understand why the ADE staff, in concert with the Arkansas School Board Association, put the state of Arkansas at such legal peril to deny election of all 7 board members. We have suffered academically due by a state-appointed superintendent who was not reassigned to the Office of Coordinated Support with a letter grade of F, a $3.2 million loss in an alleged cyber theft that could trigger fiscal distress. A new school, Pine Bluff High School, still under construction, not ready for our students with only 1 bid. We pray that our state of emergency was not intentional with our district in an effort to dissolve or a domino, I hate to say it, to fall, to place our district under another state control due to circumstances that we did not create. Thank you for allowing me to have public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. We're gonna adjourn for lunch and regroup in about 45 minutes. meeting back to order. Okay, meeting is called back to order.
So you can ask if there's any board members with a report.
Yeah. We have any, board members that has any reports? I know,
Or updates.
or any updates? I know we had a busy week this week. Okay.
I'll just say how much I enjoyed, the secretary's visit this week. That was really, really good. Really appreciate being a part of that. So it was exciting to see her see what we're doing and the progress we're making.
Well, I was gonna talk about that visit, in kind of my update, but since you opened up the door, I might as well just talk about that. But for the board and the public, we were very excited to host Secretary McMahon and her leadership team, who came and spent some time with us on Tuesday, and we got to tour some facilities, National Park College, and some work-based experience in Hot Springs Junior Academy to make some educational announcements. And if folks know some of the passion around Secretary McMahon, it's around making sure we're ensuring there's pathways for career and technical education, acceleration opportunities. We're able to showcase what makes Arkansas different. And the big part of why she came is because she announced and signed and approved our federal waiver request. And if you remember, we did some board briefings about it, and Hope may need to bail me out and if there's questions to get into the weeds of it. But we were tasked during the transition of the administration to say, what if we were to reduce the federal footprint in states and give you more authority or autonomy or more local control, how can you meet accountability standards while better supporting students and families? And we took that challenge to heart, and we rolled up our sleeves and brought the right stakeholders together and was able to not just ask for a waiver, but we're the only state, even though they've approved 5 states, we're the only state that did a 3-pronged approach where we aligned at our state ESSA plan, our EdFlex authority, and our federal waiver as one robust vision for how we can better support and identify students in schools that need more attention and block grant, and allow us to get dollars block granted to us and to our small, especially our small rural districts, the ability to block grant to them, so that it eliminates so much bureaucracy and red tape. So it was a phenomenal day. We're excited about the direction we're headed. I think part of that conversation is gonna piggyback on what Hope's gonna share with our student scores, because everything we've been doing for the last 3 years is being fully implemented and being implemented well, and it's making a difference. So it was definitely an exciting day, and I'm glad we had some of our board members got to meet her and hang out with her and participate in panel discussions, and it was very well received.
You know, I felt really good about being able to be part of that as well. I was very impressed with the fact that, you know, her desire, her vision on career technical education. I was really impressed with that. Okay. Next on the agenda is our first report from our brand new Arkansas Teacher of the Year.
And she made her first official appearance with us on Tuesday as well. So
I had a lot of fun kind of seeing what it's like behind the scenes, because I'm so used to being in my 4 walls with my students. It's nice to kind of see what happens behind those walls, so that was neat. So I am super excited to share with you over the coming months of what I plan on doing as Teacher of the Year for Arkansas for 2026. So I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I have been in education, this will be my 17th year. I was a band director for 13 years. I worked specifically with middle schoolers most of the time. I also helped assist junior high and high school for like marching band or any competitions, whatever I needed to do. I loved teaching middle school. Middle schoolers will always have a place in my heart. But then for the last 3 years, I moved to elementary and to kind of challenge myself. And I've absolutely loved being in the elementary setting. So I teach music to kindergarten through 4th grade. I've really grown as an educator in that position. As much as I loved band and creating music in that setting, it's been really neat to see the innocent lives find their passion and love in music, and using my classroom as a platform for them to explore that. But I have a wonderful family that supports me in everything that I do, as ambitious or crazy as my ideas might seem. But I have a wonderful husband. He's an engineer, and I have 2 amazing kids. My daughter's name is JD, and my son's name is Jet. JD is 8, and my son's name, or my son is 2. You can see up there, I have colleagues up there as well. And the last picture in that corner is me bawling like a baby at our last assembly because I had kids nominate me for an award, and it was just the most precious thing ever. But somebody took a picture of me, and I was like, you know what, that's true to who I am as a person and how emotional I can be, and I own it. So that's a little bit about me and my background. So I was presented the award in October of last year, and I was so shocked. My principal told me that they were going to announce that we were an A school for our district, and she was like, Stephanie, you need to video everything, because I'm also kind of a videographer for the school. And I was like, you got it, I'm on it. So I had to find an extension cord for one of the speakers, and so when it came time, I'm kneeling and I'm getting all these videos, and then I saw my mom, my dad, my husband, and my kids over in the corner, and that picture with me kneeling behind one of the chairs, that's when I noticed them. One of my friends caught that. But it was such a special day, and to just be recognized in such a significant way when you've poured your heart and soul into your career. So what I have been up to is I went to the Google conference, which is part of the National Teacher of the Year cohort. I got to go to Google, and they trained us in anything and everything that you can think of in this position, but not only that, but in technology. It was amazing to meet educators that are just as passionate and motivated, and together I've created some amazing relationships already, just in the short few months that I've known them. So I'm excited that I get to see them next week too. One of the biggest things that came out of going from the Google conference was that I was able to present, they taught us how to what's called vibe coding, but it's an AI platform. I created a program using their platform to assist students that are highly or need significant needs within the classroom. So you want to think like self-contained classrooms. But I made the program where they can compose their own music using natural body movements that they are used to. So you want to think of like swaying or blinking their eyes. Some of them like to have their mouths open, and that's how they show that they're excited about something. So those very specific students were able to create and compose their own music using this digital platform that I created. Google came out, and when I was at the Google conference, I showed them, and they interviewed me on it. But then after I came home a couple weeks later, they were like, we actually want you to write a blog post about what you made. And I was like, oh, that's amazing. Yeah, that'd be great. And then they were like, well, we actually want to send somebody out and video your program being used within your classroom. So they red-eyed somebody out, and they videoed my classroom using that program. And then after that, they were like, well, we're actually going to show your video to during one of our really big, they call it an OI conference, Google OI conference. And so that was actually presented at that too. So I'm very honored to have that opportunity with Google, but they were amazing to work with. And then I have a lot of things coming up, but just last month I had a huge district PD that I did for our special teachers that includes library, music, art, STEM, PE. We all got together in our district, and my team presented on how to work collaboratively, even though we teach 5 separate subjects, how we can incorporate those together. And we have done amazing stuff at my school where we collaborate together, and we do a huge event that's called Steam Night, but it's beyond, like our last one was a Ren Fair, and we had horseback riding, and I mean, we went all out. So my next things that are coming up, I'll be doing Space Camp next week with my national cohort. So I'm very excited because it's going to be more training and what I'm going to be doing for the next year, but also getting to know those fellow educators. I'll also be presenting at the ARC-MEA conference in just a couple weeks. That is the Arkansas Music Educators Association. And I'll be presenting at the Arkansas Band Association as well that week. I have a few keynote speaking opportunities that have popped up, and I'm excited to share with you on all of those ventures. I think that's everything, yes. So yeah, that is what I've done so far, and I look forward to the upcoming months.
Couple of things.
Yeah.
Can you mention Jet's middle name?
So my son's middle name, his full name is Jet Danger Williams. It had started off as a joke. My son came a month early, and we had not totally nailed down a middle name. And I looked at my husband and I said, "Are we really doing this?" And he was like, "Maybe." And so then I said, "Well, we need to think of it as he's a toddler and we say his full name, and when he's a 40-year-old man going to renew his license at the DMV, like, are both of those appropriate?" And my husband was like, a guy walking in with a peppered beard and saying, like, "Hi, my name's Jet Williams, or Jet Danger Williams, and I need to renew my license." He's like, "How cool would that be?" And I was like, "You are correct." So that is what we went with, and it's very fitting for my son. I love that it fits him so well.
The other thing is, you know, if we ever have time this year for a workshop or to squeeze it in between our workshops, it'd be wonderful to have them do a session like the vibe coding or something like that.
I would love to.
We can learn some current practice.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'd love that.
Okay.
And I just want you to know, I mean, in all seriousness, they make everything sound fun. There are a few things that they're gonna make you go to, and if you need a fill-in, like to the college football national championship game or something like that in January, I could fill in for you. Just,
The sacrifices.
that's right. Just to help
Well,
out.
you know, okay, you'll be the first, you'll be on the waiting list.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is final reports. I'll turn it over to Secretary.
Yeah, so just want to say to Chair Henderson, you've done a wonderful job this meeting for your very first one. We look forward to your tenure, and I'll try to get some more tricky stuff on these agendas for the future, keep you on your toes. And Stephanie, welcome to what I think is, I don't even just call it a team, but our family. And some meetings are better than others, and at the end of the day, the passionate commitment from this board to just do what's right for students is always at the heart of every decision we make, and they continue to get it right. So I think you're going to really enjoy this experience, and I'll be Mr. Wood's backup. If he's not available to back you up at an event, let me know, and I'll do my best to make sure we're covered.
Not any,
Not any event, just one main event.
just the college football national.
We'll see what we can do. But a couple of things. We talked about Secretary McMahon's visit and the federal waiver that happened last week, but the week or two before, we released our statewide Atlas assessment scores, which is what we put into place to help implement and monitor the progress with Arkansas Learns. And it ties kindergarten through high school now and end of course exams. And if you remember, every year we come back and provide these updates, and this board's been a part of that journey as we've been setting standards and doing standard setting and writing test items and coming up with definitions for what an A through an F means, a level 1 through level 4 means. We've been through all that, and this is a great update because in 2024 we set that standard, and we set a very rigorous standard. And I think it's important for everybody to be reminded that when we set the expectation of this is what we want a third grader to know, this is what we want to know, what a high schooler to know, and this is how we know if they're able to demonstrate knowledge at a proficient level, where that cut score is drawn. And we drew very rigorous cut scores. At the same time, there were states lowering cut scores because they wanted to say that they were back to pre-pandemic levels. They were lying to students and families, and we took the complete opposite approach, said we need to be honest about student performance. And it may not be where we want to be now, but if we set this expectation and support and implement LEARNs well, we'll see gradual improvements over time. So we set that rigorous expectation in 2024, and this year we're going to give that update in 2026, which is our third year. And it was tough. I mean, I remember going out there and having to say, yeah, only 18% of our kids can pass geometry. I mean, that is embarrassing. Now, we're seeing improvements. We have not arrived. We still have a lot of work to go, but we feel very confident that when we tell a parent that their child is meeting a proficient level, that they truly are demonstrating mastery at a proficient level. So I asked Hope to kind of talk a little bit about what we saw in this data, and then it'll be a great chance for the board to ask questions, because it's our third year of an assessment in our data, and we want to see what kind of trends that we're drawing.
Well, hello, Hope Worsham, Assistant Commissioner of Public School Accountability, and thank you for the opportunity to present the scores that I'm very proud of. I'm going to just start by thanking my entire team. Michelle's here. Michelle Johnson is our Director of Assessment. This would not happen without her. She has an amazing team. They work tirelessly, thousands of emails, calls. I can't speak highly enough of them. When I talk nationally about what Arkansas has done in the past 2 years, people look at me like I have 7 heads. I'm like, you should look at my boss. He has 10 heads. Like, we all look at him that way. But we stood up 2 assessments.
I earned that one. I would say I've earned that.
We stood up 2 assessment systems in a 2-year period of time, which is a huge feat. And that did not happen without the work of everyone across the agency. So when I get to stand up here and present this, I'm really representing all of our agency. Dr. Pride's team has reviewed items, been a part of every decision making. Dr. Smith's team has helped us with proctoring where needed and going out and visiting schools and making sure the assessment is being given right. The special ed team gives input on our accommodations and making sure our students with disabilities are supported. So this really is a reflection of a lot of work from across the agency. And then not least importantly, but most importantly, our students and teachers and the work they put in this year. I think you'll see in the results the alignment of our system is clear now. People know what to teach. We have heard consistently across the past year, because we were able to release scores immediately to schools this year. They didn't have to wait. That there have been data conversations in classrooms that have never happened before. I had superintendents calling me and saying, Hope, you will not believe what our third graders are talking about a week after testing. And so just a completely different approach to how the scores are used and how they're relevant to students.
I'm going to put that into perspective. We want to give teachers information in real time about how students are performing. And we built that unified coordinated progress monitoring system that can do that, where teachers even have the ability to build their own little mini assessments along the way based on standards. But historically, we would give that snapshot in time that we call our summative assessment at the end of the year in spring, and then give that information back to how students performed, September, October, some years?
Well,
or July,
August,
but
yeah.
long afterwards. And by the point of the time that the students would get their scores, they forgot they even took an assessment. And by the time schools would get their scores, they've already planned and staffed and made decisions going into the next school year. This year, for the first time, I think probably in the history of Arkansas with standardized testing, and we're probably only of a handful of states. I don't even think there's more than 3 states that are doing what we're doing. Parents got their students' scores the same night. Think about that. You knew your kid went to school and got a test, you could log in that night and see how they did. That's a big deal.
Yep.
That's a testament to this team and that commitment to the vision that we're changing our expectations around teaching and learning, but we've got to give information back to schools, and we're getting better and better at that.
So I'll go through the data and where we are. the entire process to get to where we are 3 years down the road has really been an alignment of our system. And our goal and our charge under LEARNS and has really been to align, like starting with the standards. We did a revision of the standards. Like Secretary Oliva said, we then set cut scores for the assessment that were rigorous, that did not lower the bar for our students. We wrote that assessment to assess our standards, and we made all of that public and available to our teachers. So our teachers know exactly what the blueprint is. They know what's expected on the test, and then they know the cut scores you have to meet to make that. And so then the summative exam is kind of our launching place of saying what's next, like where do we start to dig in past here? And we're going to do a lot of work this summer and over next year to really work with schools about, you have the summative data, it is what it is, it's not going to change, but how do you now make actionable steps in the classroom to make sure that you are setting kids up for long-term success and that your systems are all set up so that students have opportunities past that summative assessment and based on those scores as well. So as we dive into our changes, this is our second year for the K2 assessment. So this is not our third year for K2, but second. And so it's important to kind of parse that data out. But you'll see on the screen, when you see a percentage number, I want you to think about 350 kids. It's approximately 350 kids is represented by every percentage point that is on that screen. So when you see 15 percentage points, that's a lot of kids. So when we look at the percentage change this year in literacy, we saw the largest change in kindergarten literacy, with 15.8% more of our students scoring level 3 and 4 this year than they did last year. We saw similar increases in math as well. So it speaks to the alignment and the support that we're providing in our K2 buildings and ensuring that students are actually able to demonstrate their knowledge of the science of reading and demonstrate the required attributes in math that they should be. So our K2 numbers, we did see a significant increase this year across the board in all levels.
And if you remember, you know, when we looked at some of that blueprint built in Arkansas Learns, deploying literacy coaches to support K2 in all of our DNF schools, the work we're doing with high impact tutoring in kindergarten through 3rd grade for literacy and math, the focus on professional development, we knew about the 3rd grade promotion requirements. As Hope said, 1 percentage point's around 350 students. So we would come back year after year and celebrate a 1% increase in proficiency. And that is measuring proficiency. That means these students scored a 3 or a 4. You know, they are not identified at risk. And just like if you look at that baseline year in 25 for kindergarten, about half our students at the end of the year showed that they were on a proficient level of where we expect a kindergartner to be ready to be successful in 1st grade, because that's basically the benchmark that we're saying. That number this year increased by 15.8%. So what I can tell you, what we're doing with LEARNS is working. The blueprint is working. If you are anti-LEARNS, you're just anti-learning. There's more and more evidence, empirical evidence, statistically significant evidence that these interventions, the blueprint outlined in LEARNS that was going to transform student outcomes, is having not just a great impact, a statistically significant impact on expected outcomes for students.
Yeah, and what's also not shown clearly here is the percentage of our students who have moved out of level 1. So we know that it takes time for things to move. So we did see a significant number of students move over into the levels that we would expect. We also saw approximately 3,000 students move out of level 1. That's huge. And that's from kindergarten to 1st grade only. So we saw similar increases across all the boards. So you're looking at upwards of 10,000 students moving out of level 1 this year as well. And so that indicates to us that there is work happening. If students are scoring at level 2, that indicates that they are able to do grade level content. It just may not be consistent or at the rigor that we want to see ultimately. So that is encouraging well. We want to see our level 1 numbers decrease. We want to see every other number increase, and ultimately 3s and 4s have the biggest increase.
So, Hope, I'm sorry, I just
Sure.
want to make sure I'm understanding what I'm looking at here. Can you go back?
Sure.
So the kindergarten cohort, for example, in 2025 is the 1st grade in 2026.
That
so
is
if we were to
correct.
look at it that way, okay.
Yep. So that's a great point. You can look at, there's a 5%, almost 6% increase in that group of
The
students.
same cohort of students.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And we do actually have a report that is being finalized right now that can show you some cohort information. We'll get to the board as soon as I have that ready.
Thank you.
So then moving on to grades 3 through 10 and 3 through high school, really, through our end of course exams. We saw increases across the board in ELA math and science in our levels 3 and 4. So that is consistent across every grade and every subject. We did not see one grade or one subject that saw a decrease in the percent of kids in level 3 and 4. Likewise, we did not see one area where we saw a decrease in the number of students in level 1. And I believe we have a typo there that I did not catch because that 5.5 should be a negative for
Yeah.
science.
But I want to reiterate what Ms. Worsham just said. Every subject, English language arts, math, and science, in every grade, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, end of course exams in algebra, biology, geometry, every single one, the percentage points of students passing went up. Not one grade level, not one subject stayed flat or showed a decline. That's remarkable work happening in our schools because of our teachers, our leaders, our students, and families working together. Like, this is a big deal.
And I will add that last year from 24 to 25, that was not the case. We did have grade levels that went down or stayed the same. But from 24 to 26, when we look across there, every grade level increases and decreases in level 1. And when we look 25 to 26, we see the same thing. So there was quite a bit of momentum this year that we saw come out in the data. So a little bit more closely, when we look at ELA in particular at the high school level, you see percent changes across the board. Again, some of them very significant, but all of them significant, some of them slightly higher than the others. When you look across, again, if you kind of look across the diagonals, if you take the 2024 third graders at 36.1% and go 3 years later, they are now performing at 40.9%. So same students, but 4% higher scoring in the levels that we want to see them score in. Again, what's not shown here is the percent decrease in level 1 across these grades. We see similar decreases like we did at the lower levels, large decreases in level 1. So that tells me our level 2 bucket is growing, which indicates we still have work to do on tier 1 instruction in some places, but overall moving in the direction we want to see people move. I want to draw your attention just to the top left-hand corner there. Whenever you, again, percentages are actually kids, you're talking 13,500 more students in the state of Arkansas last year were able to demonstrate the learning we expect of them than they were previously. So kids are learning at higher levels and they're able to demonstrate that learning at higher levels than they were. For math, we see similar, actually we see quite a significant larger increases. If you notice, the ELA numbers were somewhere between 5 and 8%. In math, we see upwards of 10% change, 9% change. So there's a lot of push right now from Dr. Pride's team to really focus and support inside of math, particularly at that high school level. When you look at 8.5% increase in geometry, are we where we want to be? Absolutely not. Like 26% of our kids achieving what we want them to in geometry is not acceptable. But when I look at the percent decrease in the level 1 numbers in geometry, it's significant. So we are making that move and shift that we want to see across the state.
But
go ahead.
Can I ask, the older cohorts are struggling though, I think starting in the 6th grade of 2024 there. What explains that, do you think?
I don't have a great answer for what explains that. I mean, I think some could be attributed to how we teach math. Some could be attributed to how students learn math. And I know that Dr. Pride's team is working on some of that, like how do we actually represent and teach math at the higher levels in a way that students are going to learn it. One effect you want to just keep in mind as well, that 8th grade number, students do not take, if they're in Algebra 1, so your most advanced students are going to be in Algebra 1 in the 8th grade, they're not taking the 8th grade test and the Algebra 1 test. They're just taking the Algebra 1 test. So we do see an effect there with the 8th grade numbers being slightly lower due to the fact that the higher kids are pulled off typically, and they're represented in the Algebra 1 numbers. When we pull those Algebra 1 and geometry numbers apart and we look at the advanced students, they're passing at a 70 to 80% rate, even higher. Michelle may know off the top of her head, but they do pass the exam at a much higher rate.
I'm gonna go into my thinking, Mr. Woods, around why we're seeing a drop in math is because we don't have accelerated math paths, or we did not in this state. And these kids were caught in a cohort where we put a one-size-fits-all approach for all of our math students, and we did not offer acceleration for our most higher performing math students to be in an environment that plots them to get to higher level math, especially in high school. So like in 2023, when we pulled that data, 17% of the students in this state took algebra by 8th grade, right? So that was considered our accelerated path. Even on ACT Aspire, our readiness rate said that 56% of the students were ready for algebra by 8th grade, but we just didn't offer it. So we've been really working closely with districts around math acceleration paths, identifying students as early as elementary school, and how do you get to an advanced math course in 6th grade through pre-algebra by 7th grade and geometry by 8th grade. That needs to be the exception for all students, not just 17% of our students. And then building more rigorous pathways so that kids can get through pre-algebra by 6th grade, algebra by 7th grade, and geometry by 8th grade. Because in other states where they accelerate kids, their best and brightest math kid finishes geometry before high school. Whoa. We had 112 finish geometry before high school in 2023. Wow. We have kids, the data says we have our kids ready. We just never really thought about building out an accelerated math system, which is why we needed end of course exams. We were not teaching algebra and geometry because we were giving grade level assessments, and that's what we taught. So if a kid was in 8th grade, even if they could have handled algebra, we gave them a grade level assessment, which is why we needed end of course exams, and we need to be honest around our math performance. And it's not just our Atlas scores that are telling us our ACT scores. When we look at our NAEP scores, the most concerning piece of data on last, I guess it would be 2 years ago, was NAEP assessment. What was the last NAEP? We just took it in 24 NAEP.
Yeah.
Our 2024 NAEP assessment. If you break that data down by quintiles, right? Like your 90th percentile kids, 75th, 50th percentile, 25th percentile, and 10th percentile. And you look at how we're doing in 4th grade reading and 4th grade math, wherever the national average like would drop 2%, pretty much Arkansas reflected or mirrored like a 1 or 2 point gap between the national average at every quintile, 10th, 25th, 50th, 75th. We're below, but it's pretty close. When you look at 8th grade reading, we're actually seeing a little bit of an uptick in our lowest quartile in 8th grade reading because we've done some strong trainings and interventions with teachers, and we're seeing that number actually bucking the national trend. But the most concerning piece of data, which is why we've got this stagnation and why we need to build out acceleration, is Arkansas's 90th percentile math kid. Now this is the best we got in the state. Our 90th percentile math kid is 11 points below the nation's 90th percentile. We're at 2 point gaps everywhere except in 8th grade math because we're not pushing kids for courses. We created this mindset that you take algebra in 9th grade and geometry in 10th grade and algebra 2 and 11th. No, kids are ready. We've got to push them. So we're going to see drastic improvements because school districts are responding at great levels by offering concurrent credit in middle school, building out math paths, getting acceleration, working with Dr. Price's team. We're identifying some schools. We're gonna do some innovative programs in that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade bucket because we know we need a lot of work right there. But it has to start with this expectation that kids need to be accelerated. For far too long as a state, we focused on the bottom and we held everybody back waiting for them to catch up. Right. And we're neglecting the top. Getting a 6th grade honors course, like I talked to parents of students that are here, and like we're talking to districts, like we should have honors courses. Like they'll say, yeah, my kid just got in 5th grade, got a 4 in math, and I'm like, okay, what are they taking next year? Well, they're taking 6th grade math. Ask the school if they have an honors class. These kids should be in honors, and they come back and they say, no, our district doesn't offer that. Okay, well then we need to talk to the district about honors classes that are doubling up these standards to get kids high school credit in middle school, period. That's why you're seeing that.
And I'll also add we're incentivizing that on the accountability side, that through the waiver, we're now able to give credit for those algebra and geometry exams taken early to both the middle school and the high school. So we're trying to take away any barriers that would prevent schools from not allowing the acceleration to happen by being able for it to count in their accountability system in 2 places. So we hope that helps to
and to our knowledge, we're the only state that's ever gotten a waiver.
That is correct.
Because the federal guidelines require every kid or every student to take at least an elementary, middle, and high school exam for core content areas at a very minimum, which means that every kid has to take a high school exam while they're in high school. Well, we want kids to finish some of those expectations, especially for our best and brightest kids. So that means we'd have to just make up another exam to give a kid a test, to give them a test. And we told USCD that we have a good system. We can demonstrate that they demonstrated high school knowledge earlier. We want to be able to count that as a high school requirement, and they gave us that waiver. I think we're the only state that's been able to demonstrate that our system can do this.
Yep.
That's a big deal because they've never waived that.
Yeah, exactly. So similar results in science we're seeing across the board. What I always find interesting about science is sometimes people will say, well, people are not teaching science in the elementary school. Well, they are, and we're seeing percent increases there as well. In fact, our science numbers have steadily increased across the board, and more students being able to demonstrate. Likewise here for science with the new waiver, if a student is in 8th grade and taking biology, they won't have to take 2 exams. Or if they're in 8th grade taking a high school level course, they won't have to take the 8th grade exam. They'll take the biology exam when they take biology. So that helps students to assess the appropriate students at the time, and not and incentivize schools to allow for acceleration in both math and science. So just kind of bringing this all together with our percent of students in level 1, I talked a little bit about that before, but here you can actually see the numbers. And for me, the numbers here are huge. Like you're 11,000 more students, 13,000 more students, or fewer students scoring in level 1. That means students that weren't getting a quality instruction, weren't getting the information that they needed or able to demonstrate that the year prior are now able to show that. And we want to see this number continue to decrease. It would not be unreasonable to expect a percentage of our students to score in level 1. That's just the nature of a large set of students taking a test. But we're getting down around 20-something% in the lower 20s, which is far more reasonable than when we started around 30% of students scoring in level 1. So I will pause there for any questions you have or anything else you'd like to know.
So the Atlas, you give assessments early on. Is that the same Atlas?
So those are interim assessments, and they are on the same blueprint. So it's the same types of questions, the same everything. It's just this data is strictly from the April and May exam, the one that's at the end of the year.
Okay, but you get your levels through those assessments?
Yes, sir. Same
And then
levels all year long.
If, at what point does all level 1 students get some kind of intervention?
Yeah, we would expect that they are getting support intervention throughout the year. Now, if I'm scoring level 1 in the very first interim, that's not as concerning as if I'm scoring level 1 in the second interim. But certainly we would expect a school, based on that first interim assessment, to start providing appropriate interventions to students and to be looking at their curriculum, looking at their teacher supports, like all of those things are appropriate actions to take based on interim data.
So I know in DNF schools, we've hired, people to handle that. What about the other schools? Have they had to hire additional staff, or do the teachers handle all that?
So a lot of places, teachers will handle it in the classroom, especially based on interim data. You would sort your students in your classroom, provide interventions in the classroom, and there may be some instances where that student is already receiving external supports, either special ed supports, EL supports, dyslexia interventions, and that data could inform some of what that student may need. But I think it's a mixture. Some schools have extra support, some don't.
Yeah, and it goes back to, we got to work with schools who know their students and what their students needs. But part of that also is how we're really holding our co-ops more accountable to be a driver and have a seat at the table, because they're the direct support organization. We are changing their role as being a customer service organization where they just ask their clients what they need, to a direct support organization that we look at the data and come up with a plan. So even when we got our school grades last year, I think they came around December, we tasked every co-op to walk every DNF school in their co-op with their superintendent principal and start working on a plan on how they can support them, and they all did. We gave them the time. We are changing the expectations for co-ops, because we can't our agency can't go around and teach every classroom, right? We gotta build capacity, we gotta build scale, we gotta look at the professionals within the community and give them the tools that they need.
Have we eliminated many tests? I mean, we started Atlas, did we replace?
The ACT Aspire.
Yeah, ACT Aspire replaced Atlas, so, but we did not reduce the number of tests that we have to give. And the time that it takes to take Atlas is about approximately the same as Aspire. Atlas is untimed, so for some students it takes longer, but no.
So on the interims, that I see the huge value of the interims. Are they, because you take one early in the school year, one mid to late school year. Are the questions like really from the end of the year?
Yes.
So you are like, so it is natural you would expect them to score lower earlier in the year?
Yes, certainly, and
I
it
didn't know
isn't.
if they were paced questions.
No, they're the same, they're pulling from the same bank. So
Yeah.
we have a bank of items that we pull from the interim and some for the summative. The one thing that is unique about Atlas that we haven't had in our state before is it's an adaptive assessment. So when a student first logs in on that first interim, they're gonna get a question kind of in the middle of the road. If they get that question wrong, it's gonna adapt to an easier question, which then will keep adapting until that student kind of levels out on the where they are in the 1 to 4.
Okay.
So that does give the student a better experience. What happens then is if a student is answering, and this is gonna get really technical, but if they answer a lot of these kind of easy questions right, they're still gonna stay down here in a level 4 because they're getting really easy questions. But if they start getting questions right, they start moving up. So even in the fall, like to Secretary Leva's point, if my son scored a level 4 last year, like I would fully expect him to start at a level 3 going into his next grade level.
Right.
And be able to perform there. And because he'll get harder questions and there'll be a point where it levels off for him as well.
But I also go back to, and these are the conversations I have with Hope and Dr. Pride and them, is kids are still gonna walk in on the first day of school in August 10th or whenever they take their assessment. You're gonna have a kid in 4th grade get a 4 in ELA, math, and science. What does that kid's year look like?
Yeah.
Boring.
Yeah, it's help your neighbor that's
Awful.
not getting it, or
Yeah.
they get more homework.
Yeah.
We've got to create accelerated paths for these kids.
Correct.
I'm not saying they just need to get promoted to the next grade, but they need to have a different experience to go deeper in the content, deeper in critical thinking, and deeper in knowledge. And that's what we're really focusing on now. We're building those foundational pieces to push students towards that level. We're focusing on the bottom quartile, which we need to do. We're improving tier 1 instruction. But the acceleration component is why we had access, because that's an area that we really still have a lot of work to do. And that child's experience needs to look a little bit different than a kid that comes in with all level 1s. Because right now, I don't know how differentiated it is. It may depend on the school and the teacher.
Is the summative adaptive as well?
It
Like
is,
you
yes.
described?
It is. Every item has to be, every standard is covered, but yes, it is adaptive.
Gotcha.
I'd just like to say, I just really love the extra emphasis that's now being put on math and science. When I think about, the technical, innovative things that's coming in the future, that helps us be competitive.
Yeah, I would agree. And I'll add one last thing. Next steps are in the data process. The team right now is working on growth data, which I know everybody wants to know. When is growth data going to be out? That will come out in the fall. Then letter grades will come out after that. The team right now is working on a lot of analysis of the data, so to be able to answer questions like, do we see increases in schools that have a certain HQIM, or do we see where we have literacy coaches that's having an impact? So we're working on those things now, and then hopefully we'll see the increases in our letter grade this fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Congratulations again. Thank you for the whole team. The last person I'd like to bring up is Dr. Benton, because something else that we recently, but we're just getting it all done, is our latest round of teacher merit pay. And so I think it was part of Arkansas Learns that we want to recognize excellence and use that as part of our tools to recruit, retain, and recognizing the best of the best. And we've done a great job developing a teacher incentive fund, and I asked Dr. Benton if she wouldn't mind just kind of giving us an overview of how it went this year.
Yeah, and I'm so excited that I got to start today with recognizing excellent administrators with the Arkansas Leadership Academy Master Principal Program, and then I'm going to get the book in the end of the day with sharing data around how we are incentivizing celebrating and rewarding excellent teaching in our state. What I didn't mention this morning, what I intended to mention and didn't mention, was that those recipients this morning of the Master Principal Designee received more than their little award, their little trophy. Those principals actually qualify for a $9,000 bonus annually for up to 5 years. And if any of those principals, and this is across all of those administrators who've earned that designation, if they were willing to relocate and teach in a high-need district, they would actually qualify for $25,000 bonus a year for 5 years. And so I didn't mention that this morning, and I feel like those administrators that we celebrate and acknowledge this morning were in it. Nobody goes into education for the money, but you could tell where their hearts were. And so money was not what we were celebrating today, but certainly that goes a long way. That's real money that makes a difference in those households and in the pockets of those educators. But what we're going to pivot to now, kind of following up with what Ms. Worsham shared with student growth on assessments, I'm going to talk about something that's directly related to that, also established in the LEARNS Act, and that is our Teacher Merit Incentive Fund. And I've been on the job 10 months, but I feel confident that you guys have probably heard a little bit about this in the past. But I'll give a little bit of a high-level overview of what the fund actually does and who is eligible and who received the dollars this year. If I can figure out how to use this clicker. It worked. So again, LEARNS established the Merit Pay Program to recognize and reward Arkansas's outstanding educators. And there's actually 4 goals in the rules that this is intended to achieve. And so the primary goals are the incentive fund is used to elevate the teaching profession. Again, to award those teachers who are performing at the highest levels by growing students, by positively impacting student learning. Recognize and retain high-performing educators, incentivize service in critical shortage areas. That's a big one, given the teacher shortage that we have here in the state of Arkansas. And then to encourage mentorship of future teachers. This fall, for the first time, candidates in an education preparation program that will lead to licensure in Arkansas must complete a year-long residency, and they must be placed with a highly effective teacher who has earned the designation of lead or master teacher, and who has also gone through state-approved coaching training. And so those educators who are willing to support those pre-educator year-long residents can receive additional bonuses for that work. It takes a lot out of a teacher's day to actually bring another full-time adult into the room and coach that person for an entire year. And again, that's new for this year. We did some pilots last year in a couple of institutions who are willing to start that out early. But going into the fall 2027 year, we need 2,000 people who are willing to do that, because that's approximately the number of year-long residents we will have this year in schools doing what used to be referred to as a teacher internship, or I think when I went through practice teaching, your practice teaching. But this year we were able to award a total of 4,857 Arkansas teachers with bonuses, with merit bonuses. That's about 14% of our teacher population, and so that's pretty good. They averaged about $3,272 per award, and as compared to last year, that represents an increase of 567 teachers who qualified this year. So really excited about that. I also want to say, because we get this question all the time, who qualifies for merit pay in Arkansas? Any teacher can qualify for merit pay in Arkansas. They just have to meet the eligibility requirements. So all K-12 classrooms, K-12, special education teachers, and we also include our library media specialists and our school counselors, because they are in daily contact with students and supporting their learning goals. This is what it looks like year over year in terms of what we've been able to give out in merit pay. In 2024, the first year, this is our third year, we awarded 2,930 7 teachers. You can see what the salary bonus was there, and the total, including fringe, at 22.65%. Last year, that number increased significantly, and we were able to recognize 4,290 teachers. And this year, we were able to increase the award amounts so that 4,857 Arkansas teachers received those merit incentive bonuses. So in total, across the last 3 years, we've awarded almost $50 million in merit pay to over 12,000 teachers. And I will say a lot of these are the same teachers. We have teachers, as we look across the data, who are just knocking it out of the ballpark year after year with their students. And those teachers are working in every community in Arkansas. I believe last month we recognized, I was out last month, but some of our merit fellows. I think we had a couple of folks who were here to represent that award, and that's a special designation, a cohort group that we do professional learning with. And what we do is we look at the highest, the teachers with the highest student growth scores, the highest BAM scores, and we invite them to come in and have a conversation with us and ask them to be part of a fellowship. And so they're able to apply for that after we've headhunted them, and then we invite them in to actually be part of that cohort. We're getting ready to launch our second one, but I was looking across their scores for this year, and I think with the exception of one, those same teachers had some of the highest scores in the state of Arkansas. And again, it's in all parts of the state, every community, every district. So how do you qualify for a bonus? Because we get this question all the time, and it really becomes a popular question to ask this time of year, because we actually disperse the funds on June 24th of this year. And so we always get these questions like, well, how do you qualify? Why didn't I qualify? Well, the business rules are pretty simple. You have to be a classroom teacher who spends at least 70% of their time with students, and the district validates that. So the principal verifies that data, the district, we pull that from our SIS as well, but we also give the district an opportunity to verify that data a second time, because we don't want anyone who should qualify to be missed. Also, like I said, library media specialists and school counselors. We go through a process called roster verification, where school administrators tell us who actually impacted and worked directly with each student in the building. So they're matched up. And so that's what we call roster verification. They have to hold a current Arkansas teaching license, either a standard or provisional license. They have to have at least 3 years of experience, have no ethics violations as verified by the district superintendent, and then they have to demonstrate positive impact on student growth, and they can do that in 2 ways. If they have 3 years of data in a tested subject, we can use that to calculate a 3-year weighted average growth score. We call a VAM score for those teachers, and those teachers are able to see that. So Hope shared that we have achievement data. She's going to be working on growth calculations for students. We actually use those student growth scores. Through that roster verification process, the teacher has an opportunity to go in and say, yes, those are the kids I taught in the spring. So we'll do this in the fall. Those are the kids that I taught in the spring. They'll verify that. The principal will verify it. The superintendent will verify it. Once that process is complete, we're able to calculate a growth score for the teacher for the year. And then the teacher's able to log into LEA Insights, go to the Human Capital module, and pull her list up. And she can actually see whether or not she grew students that year. And what we're looking for is an 80 or higher. And what that 80 represents is that teacher was able to grow students at the average rate that they should have grown students, whatever was expected as compared to those students' peers. And so that's what we call a value-added growth model, and that's how we calculate that. And so we look at the 3-year average, and it's weighted. Some years teachers may have more or less students, so we look at all the students and we create a 3-year average weighted growth score. And that score is what is used to determine eligibility in the first category. And they also have to have an effective rating in our educator effectiveness system. So they have to be evaluated or rated annually. They have to have a minimum of 2 observations by their principals. So the principal's actually in there collecting data, giving that teacher feedback, and then that has to be reported in the system. So we look at those things, and then we We can make a determination about their eligibility. The second way, if you're not teaching a tested subject, is to work with your principal and determine a way that you can demonstrate that you're having a positive impact on student learning. And so the principal reviews that data, that evidence the teacher's provided, verifies that, and signs off on it, certifies, yes, this teacher is having a positive impact on student learning. He or she is growing students in their subject area, even though it's not a tested area. That's verified locally. And then that teacher has to have a highly effective rating in our EES system. So there's a couple of different ways to be eligible there. And then, as I said, those annual performance ratings are really, really important. So it's really important for the administrator to actually be in those classrooms, observing those teachers and giving them an annual rating, which is also required in Act 808. So they have to do that. And teachers are making sure that their principals are actually doing that. Like, I need my evaluation because I want to qualify for merit pay. So a lot of accountability there at the local level, but also Act 808. These are our bonus levels. These have not changed to my knowledge in the last 3 years. I've only been here 10 months though. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is what we've always awarded. So once we look at everyone who's eligible, these are the amounts that are assigned. So those teachers with a 3-year average growth score that is at 80 or higher are actually ranked. And so the teachers with the top 0.5% receive a $10,000 bonus that year. If they're in the top 1% in that ranking, it's $9,000, and in the top 5% is $6,000. I will say those amounts are actually stackable with the other categories. If they're teaching in a shortage area or in a geographic shortage area, or if they're mentoring a year-long resident, they can stack those dollars. But the maximum merit award that anyone can receive is $10,000. So, and then beyond that, the top 25% 3-year average growth in ELA, math, or science is $3,000. So someone might qualify for $3,000, also teach in a subject shortage area or in a geographic shortage area, add an additional $1,500, and also mentor a year-long resident and add another $1,500. And so that's basically, and also add that lead or master designation, which is needed to mentor a year-long resident. So that you can actually kind of double dip on that one. If you've got the designation, you're gonna get the dollars, but if that year you also have the year-long resident, you get the additional $3,000. So again, up to $10,000. This year, there were 877 teachers who received a bonus of $5,000 or more, and there were 80 who received the full $10,000, and most of those were stacked from stacked categories.
So why don't we cap it at 10?
Why would we cap it at 10? Well, the initial appropriation, the appropriation is for $10 million. So this predates me, but mine.
It's in the legislation that the awards are up to $10,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if I'm in the top 0.5%, then like I don't have a lot of motivation to do anything else. Is that what I mean, like that's a huge accomplishment, but I'm capped at 10. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the legislation says you can earn up to 10,000, but that motivation is your 3-year data changes every year.
Yep.
To stay at that 10,000, you still got to keep performing.
Sure.
But it would be nice to have top 0.5% in a subject shortage area, or more, maybe not more, but equally important, geographic shortage.
Correct. That's really kind of.
Yeah. Listen, I think the best teachers, that bonus should be 100,000. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think there should be a ceiling, but we do have an appropriation that we gotta stay within. But I think as we get more sophisticated and get better, I think that needs to be part of the conversation, because the research is very clear. And I've done a lot of studying on salary schedules and merit pay, and there's a professor out of Stanford, Dr. Hanishuk. He's probably the most cited researcher in this field. If you start doing any studying, you're going to get cited back to him. And if I took all of his research, it would say you cannot overpay a good teacher, but you can overpay a bad one and they'll never leave. Like, so when you're designing that schedule, you got to look at both ends.
I'll speak a little bit about the shortage areas. Because we do have there's a limited amount of dollars that we can award, so we prioritize some of our subject shortage areas. And so this year, what we prioritized for funding, again, was middle level math, secondary math, middle level science, secondary science, foreign language, and special education. So while we have other shortage areas, those were the ones where we have the greatest need. So those were the teachers who were paid out this year. That list changes from year to year, and depending on how many folks who are awarded out of Category 1, which has to do with student growth, then we can look to see how much money is left and then make decisions about those other categories and their funding amounts. Geographic shortage area, we look at attrition and turnover and teacher shortage in those areas. Geographic shortage areas for this purpose, we're looking at co-op regions that have 50% need. And by 15%, I'm saying that's the turnover every year. They have to replenish 15% of their teachers every year to be, have a teacher record for every student. So that is Southwest Co-op, Southeast Co-op, South Central Co-op, Arkansas River, Great Rivers, and then Pulaski County also falls in. They don't really have a co-op, but all of Pulaski County, 15% turnover annually. So we provide $1,500 incentive for those teachers who, again, meet the eligibility requirements around growth, but also teach in those areas. And then we have districts that we've identified outside those co-op regions. We have significant shortages, and those would exceed 20% turnover or more. So also, this is a way for us to incentivize teachers to go to these geographic areas in the state and teach, and if they can, teach a shortage subject area as well. And again, we really need teachers with that lead or master designation, and that's not just to mentor year-long residents, but we need that master designation for placement. It's one of the ways a students for third grade, one of the placements for third graders who are not achieving at a level 2 or higher on the ATLAS exam. And so we're using that for placement as well. And then again, mentoring.
And one more thing, as I'm thinking about like those ceilings, to answer your question, there's a lot of districts on their own that match the merit pay.
Yes.
So if a teacher got the 10,000, they matched it.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And in the geographic location. So they're embracing this as well because they're seeing the value in it. And I just think that's just so wonderful that they're figuring out to say, we're going all in on this. So that,
well, they're making their districts more
because they're making a difference, that's right. And they want to recognize the value of those teachers.
And what has been really cool to see on social media, you guys have been to graduations and they like to announce like, our senior class has received $6.8 million in scholarship offers. As I've been looking through social media, I've seen district after district post, our teachers are receiving $160,000 in merit incentives. So they have really, really been celebrating them, and I love it. What I started doing when I started seeing these posts is I started screenshotting them every time I was on social media. And then one day I just thought, I'm going to start emailing those to myself, and I could only attach 10 at a time. So once I got to 30, I stopped. But I've got more than this. So I went back. I don't even know if you saw this slide, Secretary Leva, and I added this because it was everywhere that we looked on social media. Districts were really celebrating their teachers, and some of them, celebrating one at a time, like Miss Smith. This is what she got, and then Mr. Jones. So it's been really, really rewarding to see our teachers recognized in this way. I've personally received thank you emails. I know the governor's office has received emails because Sarah has forwarded those to me from teachers saying, thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me. Or I'm at the end of my career. I just got a bump in my Arkansas teacher retirement. I got an extra $10,000, so they are appreciative, they are thankful, and I know for our teachers, the starting salary increase was a game changer, but when we add on merit incentives, it really does change the lives of these educators themselves and their families, and just their entire trajectory for those communities.
And just think, 3 years ago, we didn't even share VAM scores with districts. Look at where we've come around embracing how we measure learning in 3 years, to not only just sharing it, validating, but then also celebrating it.
This is the first year that teachers have ever been able to log into LEA Insights and see their VAM scores. We launched that in October, and you would think, I don't know, all day long we were getting phone calls and text messages like, can you show me how to log in? So, and there were conversations about, well, what was your score? So they really care about this. They always have, but it's really nice that they're able to see this is statistically, I can now say I am having a positive impact on student learning, and the data shows that. They're putting it on their resumes, so.
It should be printed in the newspaper, probably.
Yeah, it should be. It should be.
Well, and I go back to the clarity and alignment of the blueprint and learns. It's not that teachers didn't care about VAM scores, they didn't care about learning, but they worked in such a confusing system. And now we have better standards, we have better information, we're giving them better supports in classroom, aligned professional development, and then they can see the impact, and that's what's exciting. So it's, you know, I look back at this year and I look at our achievement scores increasing, and I'm like, yeah, this is great. I think this upcoming school year is going to be even better.
Mm-hmm.
The system's only going to keep getting better. We're only going to keep getting better at understanding how we can better support students and families.
Dr. Bennett, I wasn't able to stay to the end of the Joint Education Committee that day when the 3 merit teachers gave testimony. How was that received by the legislature or by the committee?
Secretary Leva was seated with them, but I felt like it was very positive. They had lots of questions about merit pay and, you know, how it is actually awarded. So generally, but the 3 teachers were fired up, and they're all on the list again this year because they knocked it out. I mean, in terms of the top of the list, they all just, you know, received merit pay again because they're doing the work.
Well, and it was interesting, Dr. Arnold, like that committee meeting in particular, because it started about teachers that were receiving merit pay, and coincidentally, and I don't know if it was planned on purpose or not, but they were all 3rd grade teachers, and then it turned into a whole conversation around 3rd grade promotion, and they were able to share with the legislature, like, this isn't a bad thing, this is a good thing. We identified students that we knew needed help, we worked with families, and we got them help, and I want to say between all of them, every one of their kids passed. And at the beginning of the year, they had kids that were all at risk, and they were like, and even if the kid wasn't able to pass, they knew that meant that that kid's still going to continue to get support, because retention is not new. Retention's been around for decades in this state. What's new and what makes this policy great is it requires a plan, and we can hold people accountable to an intervention plan. So it turned out to be a great conversation.
Great stories to tell. Great stories.
A couple of questions. I get feedback on this mainly from teachers that don't get it. But, the growth measurement, is that from a student's one level to the second level, or actual test scores?
It is. So we have achievement scores that we've just been celebrating that Hope presented. We actually use the same data to calculate a student growth score. And Hope, you may have to help me out with actually how you guys do that. It's pretty technical.
You can do it.
So in our system, each student is given, we take their summative score, and then they're given an expectation of where they need to get to. So for every student, that's individualized and different, depending on how they've been scoring in their past. So it's not as easy as saying I have to get to the next level, but there is a certain number of points increase that every student has to reach. And if they reach that number of points on the summative end of year test, from 3rd grade to 4th grade, 4th grade to 5th grade, then yes, they would meet their growth target.
And then for the categories here, category 1 where you have percentages, that's kind of really based on a curve, isn't it? I mean, it's not a hard number to make the top 0.5%. It's just you get a list, and then
They're ranked.
you just say,
Yep. We do. We have cut scores every year. They change based on, like I said, well, they don't really change. I can tell you exactly what they are. Just take me a few minutes to find it in my notes. So for this year, our calculations were
So they have to make that expected number to count.
Each student gets its own unique individual learning goal. So depending on past performance, other factors, it takes a very complicated formula and sets a learning target. If a child meets or exceeds that target, it'll show up. Or if they don't meet it, it'll show up. So every child within that calculation, and then it looks at a 3-year aggregate of the data overall of the impact on that teacher on whether or not they're hitting that threshold.
Yeah, and I think it's super important to note that we see kids across the board meet their growth targets.
That's right.
So we see kids at the very bottom, at the very top, and all in the middle meet and exceed their growth target. So it's not like it's just one group of kids that can meet it, which is important because when you use it for things like that, that means no matter who comes to you in the classroom, if you're teaching the top kids, the bottom kids, you have an equal shot at your students being able to demonstrate growth.
So is growth, I mean, that I started here, I hope to get here, is that intended to represent 1 year of learning? I mean, I've heard that conversation before, like you've exceeded 1 year.
Yeah, so yes and no. I would say our model is called a value-added model, right? So it's how much value are you adding to that student's overall education. For some students, we actually expect them to make more than a year's worth of growth because they're further behind, or they've demonstrated in the past 2 years they can make really large gains, so we would still expect that from them. So it really depends on the student to what extent that is either a year or more's worth of change in their ability to demonstrate their understanding.
But it's the expectation of what that particular student would learn in a year, whether
Correct.
it is the content is
Correct.
more or less
Yeah,
of a year's worth.
it's based on that student's demonstration on the summative test, yes.
So that's one of the concerns I've always heard from teachers is I've got a lower performing group. So is that expectation different from anybody else, or are they penalized in any way from having a?
They're not, because to Hope's point, it doesn't matter where they start. They're given a prediction of where they should achieve in that year. So even if they're at the lowest level, we have predicted where they should land. And so as long as the teacher moves the student that far, I mean, that's what we're looking for. That puts them at an 80% on that particular student in that growth model calculation.
I think sometimes you
Or
see
not an 80%,
teachers that
but an
work
80.
with the lowest students get the most gains. And they're the ones that usually exceed those learning expectations if they're really giving those students what they need.
One last question on the assessment from the principal. Is that part data-driven, part subjective evaluation, or how do those?
We've done a lot to support principals to calibrate around our teacher effectiveness and support system, which is TEST, which is what our evaluation system is built on. And so it shouldn't be subjective because we've trained them with look-fors. In fact, we're doing a 3-year training right now where we're recalibrating our administrators on our instrument. We are having them look at the lesson plans to make sure that they're planning grade level instruction, using high quality instructional materials, going through the lesson internalization process that Dr. Prod's team's been working with them on, and then going into the classroom, observing the teacher, and then making decisions around whether or not that teacher's actually teaching at grade level and on standard, and when they're not, providing them supports throughout the year to ensure that the teacher gets there. And so, again, they can rate them as frequently as they would like. They can be in the classrooms as frequently. We expect them to be in the classrooms as frequently as possible, following the full instructional coaching model. So that's a principal's job. And then they evaluate them at the end of the year on that. So it's not a one and done. They're observing constantly. And in order for a teacher to qualify, the principal has to observe a minimum of 2 times.
So that information is sent to the department?
It is.
It's aggregated altogether?
Yes. In order to calculate merit pay, we have to pull data from a number of systems, and that's our SIS system and Cycle 5 reporting, our licensure system, our educator effectiveness evaluation system. We get data from ed prep programs about who is going to serve as a mentor for a year-long resident. We pull all of that together, run our processes, review the data, and then we can make the decision. But yes.
I have one question. And this is just because I don't know this. I know things on my end, but so like for a special education teacher, because they are either being pulled into a class or out of a class, are they able to get the category 1, or is it only the 2 or 3?
So if it's self-contained classroom, and so if they are assigned as the full-time teacher, my grandson's in self-contained classroom all day.
Right.
His teacher is his teacher, so his scores, he takes the ATLAS exam, impact her ability to earn merit pay. Now, if the special education teacher is an inclusion teacher, that teacher, when they go through roster verification, would be identified as the secondary teacher, but would also qualify for merit pay as well.
So they would be able to do the category 1 or just the category
Yes.
2 and 3? So category 1
Andy,
as well?
correct me if I'm wrong, but yes.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, because they both.
They
technically
both
go.
contributed.
The
Okay.
general ed teacher and the support facilitator.
I was
would
curious
both.
about that, if
Mhm.
there's 2 adults participating in that.
I just said, where's Andy? Hope recognized Michelle. Andy does a lot to help us with merit pay, and Andy Sullivan is over our educator effectiveness system, so he and his team provide all the support there. We actually have another individual who's new, who is the merit pay primary person, but she's only been here for, I think, 4 weeks, and so we would never bring her in to answer questions. Jessica,
perfect meeting
she's
for her.
hiding somewhere, probably watching
I couldn't
this,
have picked a better
yeah,
meeting.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? It's exciting. Thank you, guys.
That's it. You can adjourn this thing and sleep tonight.
Are there any questions or any comments before we adjourn?